Alrighty, let me turn this music down a lot. It's loud. Hello. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm Seth G. I can't stop laughing about the new Switch model. Like I have a lot of material about the new Switch. I want to save it for tomorrow night when I do my talking stream. But holy shit, man, they could have called it so many things. Nintendo Switch Pro, Nintendo Switch Plus, new Nintendo Switch. What did they choose to call it? Nintendo Switch OLED model, with model having a lowercase m. And the full phrase being in parentheses. They named it after an internal memo. They named it for from an internal memo. That's what you call it internally. That's not what you call the final product. Oh, I have to confirm my appointment with my psychiatrist tomorrow. Yes. Confirm. Let's hope I don't forget that. Anyway, I'll talk more about the Switch tomorrow because I have so much funny shit to say. Stop texting me. It's them again. Okay. Right now, let's fire up Doki Doki Literature Plus. I'm so excited. I hopefully have planned enough time for this stream that we're gonna be able to just finish it today and then move on. Let me flip the PC now because it's gonna do funky stuff on the title screen. Here we go. Well, I should really pay more attention to that boot up sequence because there's probably something special in there. Speaking of special things, real quick before we hop into the side stories, I wanted to share something. First of all, if you haven't seen the other side stories yet, actually, before even that, I should say that this game is very spoiler heavy, and if you want to try it for yourself, it's Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. I highly recommend playing it for yourself before watching this stream. That's the first thing. The second first thing, if you go on my YouTube channel, if you don't want to play it or spend the money on it, that's fine. If you go to my YouTube channel, there is a playlist up there containing just the side stories. I tried something new with uploads where I took the stream and I just cut out just the side stories and one little extra thing, the speed run I did of the main game because reasons. But just the side stories from last stream are up on YouTube right now. So if you need to catch up, go watch those and then come back. I'm gonna be here for the next 4 hours, so you've got time. But anyway, here's the other thing I want to share before we start. We noticed this last time, but we found this in the system file. The axis keys found so far from tower rotation. Not sure what that means. Key pair 1 was gear. 240 was the clock time, and then 221 is a 3-digit number combination somewhere. I solved on stream last time. I solved this half of the puzzle. It's literally this: 2, 2, 1, and then a text document that you can't open. But it says, "Please try again later." I didn't want to do it during the stream because it would have messed up the time code. And it would have looked like I was streaming for a lot longer than I actually was. But I did go back on my own time, and I set my system clock to 240, and then I opened up this document. It worked. And inside was a lot of really interesting things. I don't remember all the specifics, and I almost don't even want to spoil it. If you guys are interested, go look into it yourself. But the whole point of this virtual machine and the whole point of the first game was that they deliberately set Monica up with elevated permissions to like screw with the game in order to observe what would happen. It was like a simulation. they're collecting data for something, which is another interesting point because if you go into the settings, our progress bar for 100% completion is data collected. So I'm wondering if something will happen at 100% data collection. So I might shoot for that over time. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. I thought it was interesting. Also, I have more mail now. Apparently, main character doesn't even exist in Doki Doki Literature Club. Monica actually added the MC in so that the user could interact with her. That's some wacky shit. But that's all extra stuff that at some point Matt Pat or somebody is going to do a theory on. For right now, let's continue with the side stories. I forgot the open voice mod again to make sure that Monica was up and ready to go. Oh, cool. Full screen actually just leaves the game window up. That's nice. As long as it doesn't fuck with the capture like Blue Skies mod did. I can do this. I'm going to very quickly set my keybinds because I need them. This can be / on numpad. I'll actually make it 7, numpad 7. And then we'll make Monica over here, numpad 9. Set it to clean for now, though. Okay. Let's hop into respect. And if you want a refresher on the story, just first side story. Monica and Sayori started becoming close friends. Sayori opened up to Monica about she said sometimes I want to die. And Monica kind of hugged her and supported her. Sayori and Yuri had their moment in the next one where Yuri talks about how she struggles to... It was about like struggling to understand each other, and there was a crying fit in there too, but they sorted it. It was nice. I know that's not the best summary ever. Thank you, dude, but no. It's not the best summary ever, but that's what I'm giving. Here we go. Respect. It's on YouTube. It's on my YouTube. If you want a better summary, go watch YouTube. All right, here we go. No music. Oh yeah, I should probably turn the game audio down because it's pretty freaking loud. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. I never know where to put my mouse cursor. Through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Man, how many? It's been several weeks. Okay, so they've been at this for a while. It is really loud. I can turn it up a little bit for you guys and turn it down for me. There we go. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. So, based on what I've learned now, knowing that MC is not supposed to be in the game at all, this is how the game was supposed to play out. And if it's not how the game is supposed to play out, then I think it's just going to be a prologue to the actual DDLC game, where Monica gains sentience and then wakes up and then starts fucking with everything. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening. And in walks a girl none of them have seen before. I love this song. Should I do my Natsuki voice that kills my throat, or Natsuki voice that does not kill my throat but isn't as funny? I'll start with the standard. Hi. It's still kind of hot. Turn down a little bit more. God, it was hot for a second, and then I turned it down a little bit, and it was just like just dropped really heavily. Sayori tugs excitedly at Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book.
are you here for the literature club?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces.
Yeah! Flips the desk again. Come on, sit down anywhere. Fuck, I can't read. Come and sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms into it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea! I think I remember to turn up my voice mod for that. If not, it's gonna be fun in editing later. Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. My theory is exactly right. This is the way the game was supposed to be. Before Monica started fucking with it by screwing with the girls and adding in the character, the main character. Because Natsuki right now, this perfectly mirrors what happens when MC joins the club for the first time. Where Sayori's like, come on, you can sit down next to me or Monica, and then he sits down next to Sayori, and Monica sits nearby. It's a perfect mirror. Holy shit, that's fucking wild. Okay, I love that I noticed that. I'm so good at this shit. Okay, the sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all.
Okay then, how about we all introduce ourselves?
Okay.
Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kind of literature.
You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe.
What? I have what vibe?
Oh, you know, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I wish I had that filter. I do not have that filter at all. This is first time meeting a person just like, hi, you look like a piece of shit. Nice to meet you. I always judge people so hard.
Oh, no you don't, Sayori.
Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. I'm an adult. Next time she flips a desk, someone's gonna be like, I need an adult. And she'll be like, I am an adult. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Sayori lowers her voice. She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then, as I take a sip of water, because I can already feel the effects of this voice on my throat. This is my voice. Like a fucking Viking wannabe. Or a corpse impersonator. Natsuki with Corpse's voice would actually be really funny. I need to see Corpse play this game just so I can see Natsuki talk with that voice. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Woo! Let's get ice cream! My favorite flavor is probably... cookie dough? Or maybe chocolate? It's cookie dough. And Monica's is probably vanilla. So is mine, but then again, I'm also a basic bitch. I'm sorry, Monica, you don't deserve that. The opportunity was too good to pass up.
What the heck?
I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri.
Still.
It's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out or do you actually do club stuff?
Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet since we only have like 3 members. So we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with like some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into?
Well, I guess I'm... literature. Well, I like manga.
Manga? That's canon now. Monica is just going to pronounce it as manga every single time. That's what it's gonna be. Manga?
Hey, why'd you say it like that? You didn't even say it right. What the fuck? It's pronounced mango.
I want to read a manga in the club.
Wait, hold on a second.
That sounds so great. Like after all, I've been doing all this,
Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk.
After all of the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple.
Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuance.
I didn't mean simple like that.
Well, anyway, putting manga aside, it's not even that funny, but it's funny to me. Putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in?
Well, not really.
In that case, have you considered the anime club? Ooh, oof, oof.
Oof. Oof. I see what's happening here. Respect has to come not just from Monica, but also from Natsuki. Both sides must learn to respect one another.
In that case, have you considered the anime club?
Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, is it that big of a deal? Manga's literature, right?
I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically...
I get it. Look. I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. If I can just, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. But I will throw a fit if you try to make me read at a festival. That's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay? Natsuki stands up.
Need some help?
Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker.
If you say so, there's no way it's worse than mine.
I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. Time for another cup. Just the thought of her, like, them talking back and forth with Yuri in the background, just loudly, just sipping on her tea. Just fucking kills me.
I'm such a pushover.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite thing. Okay. Oh, okay.
Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun.
Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation.
Her tea is going to get cold.
Yeah. Wait, that's not related.
Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature.
Are you
sure you just don't want to read her manga, Sayori?
Hey, who do you think I am?
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri?
Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so...
Does that mean I bother you?
No, you're a pleasure to be around.
I was just fishing for a compliment.
I know.
But still, I really think we should give her a chance.
Yeah, alright. But I really am gonna start enforcing club activities.
I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. Think I can do better than that. Move the keyboard back a little bit.
What was that?
Sayori stands up and walks over to the door, then opens it. Thank you. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can.
That's quite a collection.
Sayori giggles in excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies, "There's still one more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them." Monika anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. And finally, we have all the girls in place. All the girls are here. The only girl not here was us. I could beat him in a fight, that makes him a girl. I could beat up MC in a fight. Look at the MC. MC doesn't look like shit. And that means I could easily kick his ass. What's wrong with me today? I don't know what's up with me right now. At the next club meeting, Monika's the first to arrive. I have a little booger, but hang on. Okay. There we go. No, it's still there. Damn it. It's like one of those wet boogers. It's like really, really far up, really deep, so like you can't get to it. Unless you're willing to like pick your nose and be that guy who picks his nose. Damn it. Okay. At the next club meeting, Monika's the first to arrive. I just realized I did not eat before the stream once again. Actually, no, that's not true. I did eat, but I just didn't eat enough. I'm always hungry during stream. I can't help it. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed.
Why am I so nervous?
Monika paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Been there, done that. Literally, if I'm not doing anything at all, I'm usually just pacing in a circle around the house. Just the way I'm built. Built different, I guess. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monika thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box.
I'm definitely forcing the smile.
And so am I. Monika forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Maybe, Monika, the atmosphere of the club has changed because you're unwilling to accept this new friendly face. I mean, friendly might be a little bit strong of the word, but... I don't know if friendly's totally accurate, but, like, she's not bad. Natsuki forces one in return. There you go. Oh, you know what? Here's the thing, though. Monika also didn't really have a lot of respect for Natsuki and her collection in the club in the first place, in the main game. It was a lot less, it was more subtle than this, but you can kind of tell if you just kind of read into it a little bit closer. So I wonder if in this version of events that is going to get resolved completely, where they just kind of have mutual respect for one another. Excuse me. Be really interesting to see.
Need help?
No, I got it. Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork.
You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there?
I can reach up there. That'd be so inconvenient.
Yeah, but
Monica sighs.
the teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing in here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club.
So? Monica backs off and slumps into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Good afternoon! Flips a desk. Sayori spins into the club room. she does the spinning suplex on the desk. She does like the, what is it, like she shot puts a desk across the room. Right out the window, 100 yards, new personal best. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. I totally, did you see how far I shot that desk?
Yeah, because I have this.
Sayori brandishes a cookie rep. It literally is just it's the event of the first game, but without MC. The timeline of events just lines up perfectly. Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. Yeah, Natsuki is kind of like a mirror of the protagonist. Because there was talk of cookies before. Or maybe I'm just looking into this too deeply, but like, there's a lot of parallels that you can draw. It's really interesting.
I found some money and got a cookie.
Where'd you find the money?
In someone's pocket. Ooh, that's so pretty.
As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Like a baby, like a little infant, she's drawn the colorful things.
Which one do I start with?
Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie.
No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money.
If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant.
Boo.
Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks up a piece for Natsuki. Then, Yuri silently walks into the club room. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding.
Well, everyone's here now.
Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively.
Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it'd be great. If we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good, everyone?
I agree. That was much better reading of that. I agree.
Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too.
Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else?
Well, maybe. Something tells me that...
Monica glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. It already starts. It already begins.
Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally? Like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests rather than just stick to the things we're all familiar with.
Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here?
Natsuki, didn't you say you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I like Sayori's suggestion.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but...
Monica's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monica finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. Like, she doesn't need. I mean, you don't need to relent, but you don't necessarily need to, like, shut her down completely. You yourself said you wanted to hear everyone else's ideas. I think Monica's still kind of working through her perfect vision of the club, which I kind of get, 'cause it's very hard to have things change on you at the last minute. I love this though. It's so interesting to see the game from this perspective. I love these side stories far more than the original, that's for sure. I like this more than Blue Skies, honestly. Nah, I can't say that. I think I would have to say I like both of these equally for like different reasons. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monica finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monica have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? I mean, she might respect the club more if you respected her, but respect is a two-way street, yo.
Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests you could share at the club? I swear, I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but I just...
Natsuki cuts Monica off by suddenly standing up. Well, it's obvious that I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it.
Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want.
Oh, that glare, though. That was like the saddest angry glare I've ever seen. Natsuki shoots Monica a quick glare before walking straight out of the room.
Oh no.
Sierra runs after her, leaving just Monica and Yuri. For the second time today, Monica slumps down into a desk.
Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way.
Monica looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away.
She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find, fuck. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so that she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri?
I'm not good at these things. Monica sighs.
Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So, maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all.
Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. I mean, my opinion has always been on these sorts of things that, like, you shouldn't always go with the flow, of course. You shouldn't always bandwagon, but as the president, if Monica feels the needs of the club shifting in a direction, then it's not necessarily bad to follow that direction. You know what I mean? Like, I have respect. Like, the thing is, there are so many games that I've talked about in the stream before that I just don't give a shit about. Like, I don't care about the genre, but I talk about them because I just like games. I don't play every kind of game out there, but I love all of them collectively because I just love gaming. I'm a gamer. So, like, even if you don't like manga, you can I feel like she can kind of agree that it is a form of literature. It is a book. It's not like she brought, like, hentai into the club. Anyway.
You can... Sorry, you can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you.
It does.
It does? How?
Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed.
Oh. Well, great. I'm just reading the whole club then. Awesome.
That's not an accurate conclusion to make.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration, and I guess guilt. It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Why is it the hardest to be rational during the times you need it the most?
I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club, your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. I don't like that. I don't like the way she said that. At all. That just sounded extremely pretentious.
Well, you're right, but no, except no, you're not. I'm hijacking this. I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and it has no place here?
Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So I assumed you felt the same way about it.
That's not true. Well,
recalling her confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in.
You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga... Sorry, I mispronounced it there. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that.
With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves.
It's just... this really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that.
Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed to consider before now. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. It's Parfait Girls. Fucking called it! The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts.
Yeah, I mean...
Amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. Is that where it ends? Okay, that's part 1. Yeah, best girl! Boop! Love it. I'm curious to know what these other CGs are going to be, because we only have 4 more side stories, and there's 6 CGs here. I also need to speedrun the game a few more times to get the rest of the secret poems. Plus, there's a few backgrounds I'm missing, as it turns out. Is there anything else new? No. Whoa, what's this? When did I get this? Oh, yeah, it's right. I deleted Monica to try to get the Easter egg. Artwork drawn by Sachi to celebrate Monica's birthday in 2020. Aww. Cute. I love it. Delete Monica for the 2nd time. I love this picture. That's adorable. They're all just chilling at home. I did not see Monica as the type of person to wear this kind of sweater. I don't know what you would call that, but it's nice. I like those sweaters. What was the new song we got? I don't know, and I don't think I ever will, because I think I scrolled through it. Well, anyway. Let's wrap up Respect. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members.
Monica's usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club and being happy.
Yeah, right.
Well, she usually does.
Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. So what if I'm in the manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it?
I accept it. I think it's cute.
Oh, come on. That's condescending too.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you.
Natsuki sighs. I know, thanks. It just really sucks.
Do you want me to talk to Monica?
I don't know. It's not like it's gonna change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club.
Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please. I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy, so I want to make that happen. For you. I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club?
Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb.
Oh, don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone is welcome.
I wasn't welcome.
You were to me. So...
Just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica.
I promise.
Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care about what anyone else thinks. But you know, the signs for the literature club said that you can be yourself or whatever. Excuse me. So I decided it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall and stubs it. and it feels like she's dying. Ah, fuck! And I like writing too. I got over that quickly.
Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica?
Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try to push me away from the manga in favor of the more mature thing. The two of them remain silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome.
You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So... I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise!
It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and the hallways are all bustling with students rushing to meet with their friends and make the most of their limited break time.
Where could she be?
Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try to find her during lunch so that she could make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica's chasing her down. I love this. This is great. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd.
Oh gosh.
Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki's with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. It would be really tactless to just interrupt them. Oh yeah, did you end up joining that literature club or what? Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I? I told you she'd join. Actually, friend 2 needs a different voice. I told you she would join. Come on, you know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap at the anime club. I told you I never even wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. True. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Shut up! Just let me do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. Her voice just changed dramatically and I don't care. What, you're gonna buy her smutty fanfiction? Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. You don't think I've outgrown out of it by now? I told you I was joking. Besides, short voice. God damn it, I can't keep my voices consistent. There's too many voices. I have a lot of practice with the four girls, but like not these characters. I told you I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. They grow up so fast, it brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and distance herself. No, don't do that!
What the heck? That was horrible. That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? God damn it, I'm talking to myself for the 500th time. Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right.
After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. As I take a drink of my water. Monika picks a desk and slumps into it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately.
Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, like, exactly my way.
Yuri looks up from her book.
It's like, the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself, and unless it's in a way that I don't like, I'm so mad at myself. And I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just, like, a lot on my mind.
No.
Hmm?
I enjoy listening.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Stop making me switch voices so much.
Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. I keep losing the breath in this. One day I will be consistent with my voices. To be fair, knowing that voice acting can be kind of difficult, I can tell you all that voice acting up to 5 different characters at any given time is actually really difficult, and I'm impressed that I do as well as I do. It's a miracle to have any consistency in the voices whatsoever.
Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then.
Yuri nods.
Yeah. Well, Natsuki's kind of a blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch. They were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad. Like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it was when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club.
You did?
Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it, but then Yuri jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now, I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time.
Monika shakes her head.
I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm gonna get them back for it.
Get them back? Fix your voice, FG. Get them back?
Yeah. I'll get them back. By making sure this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want.
Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monika and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monika's desk and sits down next to her.
I'm having an intervention! I can do that because I'm vice president.
Is this about Natsuki?
Yes!
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it.
Really?
I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened and probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her.
Oh. Yeah, I did it!
And then she just like sets the desk right side up.
Thanks for the intervention, Siri. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Friendship wins again! So, how do you want to make it up to her?
I have a plan. Siri, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today?
I don't think she is.
I see.
Monica was afraid of that, not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage that she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to just duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. That's exactly what I do. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings.
Okay, do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow?
I can do that.
Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener.
Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. I'm not Yuri's biggest fan or anything, but when Yuri does her little shy smile, it always makes me happy.
Well, I guess for today it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm just gonna read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here?
Siri picks up a manga that was resting on it. Siri picks up a manga that was resting on an adjacent desk.
Oh, that? Natsuki probably just left it out by accident.
But I thought she has been coming to the club.
Actually, Monica's been...
Okay, Yuri, I'm sure it was just someone else who was using this club event, okay?
Monica smiles at them both. Then, with a wave, she exits the club room. The club room. I can enunciate words and speak English.
I really shouldn't have left that out. If Suri catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room. Oh?
Oh? What is your plan, Monica? Why? Okay. I had an idea of maybe what her plan was, and then she mentioned getting a fucking piano from the music room. What is she plotting? My God. The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monica and Yuri are the first to arrive.
I'm so worried. Do you think Suri's going to be able to bring Natsuki?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, she's Sayori.
You know, you're right.
Time slowly passes. Monica sits, then stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then, the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room.
We're here!
Welcome back.
Monica, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks her desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monica is struck with a nostalgic feeling. As if maybe she's done this already before. Mayhaps. That'd be an interesting plot twist. If chronologically in real-world time, this was taking place after the events of the first game. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monica had, admittedly so vaguely advertised. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the Literature Club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monica takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Oh, there's the line!
Okay, everyone! The Literature Club is starting. We have an activity plan for today.
Monica turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters.
Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature. Manga. I'm pronouncing it manga because it's showing character growth.
Oh, come on. Isn't this kind of forced? I don't actually want to do this, so just... Monica shakes her head.
Natsuki.
This is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy to just smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time.
I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to not take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you?
Well, thanks, but... And they're only doing this because Sayori told you to.
Wait, that's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her.
I was witness to that as well.
This is the Literature Club. But Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. What? And, okay, I had to think about that for a second. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think that you deserve to share that. I need water. Someday my Kajillion voices will be all consistent. Okay, everyone. I think you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay?
Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But... it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye.
If you like it, then it's not dumb.
Oh, except for me!
Sayori, you're not dumb either.
What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Aw, character growth. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but... I'm actually in the writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that.
Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki.
Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the Literature Club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out.
Natsuki, are you in a hurry Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything?
Me? Not particularly. Why?
Oh, there was just something that I wanted to show you if you had a few minutes.
Sure, what is it?
It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room?
This plan was really deep. This is like a week's worth of planning, man. Holy shit. The music room? Why?
Well, you'll see.
Hey, new background, let's go.
You know, I was thinking back. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make the club that I need in myself, more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself, like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit.
Oh, come on, you can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. First time seeing this game. Who stabbed who and who's hanging? Plot twist. That isn't happening. This is DDLC plus side stories. Which are... I don't know if they're canon with the main game or not. They're very interesting, though. If you have not seen this game before, though, man, I would suggest not watching this stream. I would go check out. I would either go get the main game yourself and check out like the main playthrough of the game, and then maybe if you don't feel like paying for this game, just hop on my YouTube channel. And I have all the side stories we played through so far up there as of this morning. I swear to fucking God, if it's just straight up a dating sim now. It is not. Here's a spoiler alert for you. MC, the MC character wasn't even supposed to exist in the game. Monica created them. MC is not in these side stories at all. This is like what the game was possibly supposed to be. Just like a visual novel. It's not even a dating sim. There is no romantic anything. It's more like a slice of life anime, which I'm all about. But anyway, I let Chad interrupt you in a very touching emotional moment. So let's continue. Let me read a few lines back to build the energy back up. Nah, spoil everything for me. I cannot be bothered playing it myself. I don't even care if you play it, man. It's like you should. It's just something you should experience. It's one of those games that's like an experience to play on your own. It is, and the DDLC Plus is even more meta than its predecessor, and I love it. But yeah, so far in these side stories, no murder, no homicide, no suicide, no self-realization or awakenings. It's just been straight literature club. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going down, though. I don't even know where to start. All right.
I'm gonna quickly read through this. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves, and she said something strange to me. She said I was trying to make the club that I needed myself, more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that, because you really taught me a lot about myself. Like, things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit.
Oh, come on. You can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, like, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it.
No, I honestly needed it. I have an eyelash in my eye, and it's really fucking bugging me. Oh, that's disappointing. What's disappointing? Fuck it, I'm just going to Google the plot. You can do that's fine. You can do that too. Hey, if you just want to be spoiled, then go ahead and be spoiled. I love this game to death. It's my favorite game of all time, so that's why I'm just like very staunch and like, you should play it yourself. Anyway, if you didn't express that you weren't heard, I would have never realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected, which is the title of this side story.
It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place, but when you're just so criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard to just brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like, I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others?
I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's like a hint of contention, I just crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it.
But well, like I said, I didn't even do anything.
You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else.
Monica takes a breath.
The thing is,
You're showing results for the original. Yeah, this game's not even a week old yet, man. All right, if you want a quick summary of the plot, okay? As fast as I can, all right? Quick summary of the plot so far for the side stories, all right? First one, Monica's just starting the club. There's no members. She's struggling to bring people in. She doesn't have a tagline for the club or anything. All she's done is put up some flyers around the school, not much else, and she's struggling to find a vision for the club. Suddenly, Siri walks in and says, like,
Hey, I want to be in your club, fucker.
and then Siri helps her slowly realize... just interacting with Siri helps her realize a lot of things about herself, and Siri says a thing that was mentioned earlier, which is like,
You're building this club for yourself and no one else.
and then Monica finds one of Siri's poems because she left her folder behind, and it's a poem about Siri wanting to die. And then in part 2 of Trust, Monica confronts her about it, and she's like, look, you don't have to tell me anything, all right? Just know that I'm here for you if you ever need me to be, okay? And then later on, Monica has her head down on the desk because she's struggling to get members and they just can't figure it out. And then Siri walks. She's trying to write something. She writes something on a piece of paper. I can't remember what it said. It was something along. I think it was something like why do I always push people away or something like that? I think that was it. I could go look at it, but I'm lazy. And then Siri comes in and says,
Hey, what's up?
and she reads what's on that paper. And then she takes a second to comfort her, and then she takes the paper herself and writes something on it. And when Monica looks at it, it just says, sometimes I want to die. And then Monica and Siri hug it out, and Siri just kind of crumples for a second and breaks down. She's just like, I just want to make everyone else happy. And anytime someone tries to make me happy, I just feel selfish. And Monica just kind of holds her and consoles her. And they just develop a mutual trust, and she's just like, look, you can be whoever you want to be, okay? But like, any time you are struggling, just, I am here. And then Yuri, who they talk to in this story randomly, ends up coming to the club room, which begins the next side story, which is Sayori and Yuri trying to find a mutual understanding for one another. How many wires in that hair does there? How does it stand like that? Whose hair? Oh, Monica's. You should see her when she's bent over. As the Game Grumps bit goes, eat my hair, eat is just in Natsuki's face. Yeah, then Yuri has a misunderstanding with Sayori because Yuri thinks that Sayori is just humoring her when she wants to try to like read her fantasy stories with her. And then they end up having a misunderstanding. He's like, I'm sorry, I should see it when what now? When she bends over. She has a pose where she like, hang on. Where's OBS? There it is. Left monitor. Monica sprites. This one. See, it's just like, hang on, I can open new tab. It's just like, see, it's just like floating there. It's just floating. That is a lot of hairspray. I never really thought about that before. How does it just float like that? Just free floating in outer space. I never even considered that before. But yeah, anyway, Yuri and Monica end up having like a heart-to-heart in the hallway, and Monica's just like, look, whatever plot twist is literally just plaster, bald. That would be funny. That would actually be very funny. Anyway, back to summary. Monica and Yuri have a heart-to-heart in the hallway. Monica's like, look, you just tell Sayori how you feel. Her goal in life is literally to make everybody happy. If you tell her what you need to be happy, she will do her best to do it for you. And she's like, that's the problem. I don't want her to, like, I don't want her to just, like, go out of her way to include me. I don't want to be a bother. And you're just like, you're not a bother. She's doing it because she wants to. You just take up the hair like Lego. Boop. you take up Natsuki's hair and just swap them. That picture must exist somewhere. I'm sure it does. DDLC hair swap. Yeah, but then eventually Yuri and Sayori talk it out in the club room. Yuri breaks down and cries, and Sayori just kind of holds her from behind. And it's just like, you say, look,
You can say whatever you want to say, and I'll just listen, okay?
and it's like the first time in a long time where Yuri has felt like comfortable around another person, and it's a big deal for her. And then that's where that side story ends. And then they pick up a few weeks later with this one, where the basic summary, I'll give you a very basic summary because we just finished doing it. But Natsuki joins the club and puts her manga collection in the back room. Natsuki puts her manga collection in the back room. Monica isn't sure if manga is the right fit for the club. It doesn't really fit with her vision. And so they end up disagreeing on it, and then Monica feels like an idiot because, like, it doesn't matter. Like, she only really disagrees with it because it's not exactly what she wanted, and now we're here reconciling. Well, a week ago in Game Time was reconciliation. This is, like, additional reconciliation, I think, right here. Anyway, there's the plot summary for the side stories. As best as I can give, which I'm not very good at, but I did my best. Let me read a history a little bit to get back into. I really hope I wasn't on Monica voice for that entire thing. That would have been bad. Yep. It's a very deep and it's just a very deep and wholesome story so far. And maybe it'll take a twist at some point, but I don't think it will. Is the interesting thing. I think it's gonna stay this way. Then again, they did say there's 6+ side stories, and there's 6 different stories, each with two parts. So I wonder if the separate parts for each side story counts as the 6+, or if there's going to be a 7th side story. I'm concerned for the people who write this. Why? They did a good job. It's just like, it deals with very real problems, and I connect with it a lot in a lot of ways, just because I'm a very awkward person, so trying to understand other people is always difficult for me. So stuff like this is nice because it's a very realistic depiction of people's problems. All right, let's get back into the story. I always get distracted by chat.
Also, there's something else.
Monica takes a breath.
The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga.
What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me?
I'm sorry. I think I just felt kind of embarrassed to admit it after it gave me such a hard time about it.
I can't believe of all people. Well, we're reading manga, but words. I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny.
Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right?
You're reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste.
Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it up out randomly.
Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts.
Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club. She also plays piano. It's just weird, because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wish I was, if I just did what I wanted instead of always second-guessing myself.
Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. Aww. It's the first CG in the side stories where no one's crying yet. Yet. They're gonna be crying soon. Someone will cry. I'm hoping the crying pattern just kind of continues throughout. Because when you cry, I cry.
I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself. The parts that will impress people or make them like me more. But after you join the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this. Because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing.
Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to Parfait Girls, not me.
No. Well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put the thought into my head. But it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day.
Every day?
Because, you know, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long. This is exactly the same as what she says at the end of the game. Natsuki really does mirror the protagonist in the side stories. Oh my god, I love shit like this! This is my jam! This is my jam. And I'm really not any good at it yet, like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club, and I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah.
Yeah, turn it up a little bit. Is that a lemon? I love it. Aw, it's going back through. This is, I feel like this is like the end of season 1, you know what I mean? And then the next 3 are gonna be season 2. Because this feels very conclusive, but it's not the end of the side stories. Well, this is nice. The pouty story is one of my favorite things. I wish I could make that in the moat and feel good about it, but I think I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't just like cut out the pouty face and upload it. So that also might get me into some legal trouble. And they also take the time to show the struggles too, that's nice. I will allow this. That's nice. No one cried. Let's go. Johnson & Johnson, no tears. Don't cry, Natsuki. You can break the record. You can break the pattern.
That's all.
That was so good.
It was?
Yeah, are you kidding? You're like already a pro.
I'm not even close.
Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so...
Yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. We are going to look at the music later, and we're going to see if it actually is called My Song, Your Note. Because... everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was like such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me, it should be about everyone. And it's all of you who help... I'm gonna turn down a little bit more. There we go. And it's all of you who help shape the club into what it is. I would never change that.
Well... I think that's really thoughtful. And kind of flattering. Yeah, part 1 by the next part of the month, fucker. No, we still got 3 more, dude. You still got plenty more to go. And kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. Makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things, and I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah. No matter what universe we're in, I still don't know how to apologize. I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stern butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right.
It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing.
Well, I wonder who I got it from.
Hmm?
Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit that it's a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now.
You got me. The closet's all yours.
I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. We're getting cupcakes! Let's go!
What kind of little something? What kind of little something?
Oh, you'll see. But I don't think you'll be disappointed. If they don't show us fucking cupcakes, I swear to God, the next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. Still don't get to see the cupcakes. Damn it! It's in here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. My song, your note. Plot twist: potassium cyanide cupcakes. Actually, little cat cupcakes. Made of cats. That might have been a little too dark for me, but... Oh, okay. Oh, while we're listening to that, let's see what's new. Oh, I like this picture. It's like, it's different from... Oh, it's their new Chippy sprites. The old one from the poem game. And now the new one. Yeah! I like it. Then this one's new too. Finish the side story, Respect Part 2. Monica. Monica would be best girl if you could date Monica. Unfortunately, you cannot. There's a poem missing here. I wonder if we're gonna get another Sayori poem. I think these are all of Sayori's. Oh, these are Natsuki's. What do you think would happen if you delete all the games, MP3s, and or OGGs? I don't know that you can. I'm scared to try it. Although at some point, I kind of want to, once we finish up the side stories and get like 100% in the game, I kind of want to just go through and just try a bunch of random weird shit and just see what happens to try to get lore. Anyway, this was the poem I was mentioning from Sayori before, saying that as she plucks the flowers from the field to make people happy, the flowers die. And then by the time she's done, she realizes that the flower field she's standing in is a barren wasteland. And so she has to become the flower and die as well. Really sad. That poem really fucked me up, man. I love this CG though. It's so, the lighting in the CG is so pretty. It's just like, it's so much nicer than like all the other CGs in the game. I don't mind it though, it's really good. And here's a new background. The school's music room, most notably featuring a grand piano. Do all the textures as a full screen of these source engine error things. I don't know if you can do that. I'm gonna stop this music real quick. Just ever so slightly too intrusive. Is there anything else new? Is this new? No. I already had that. I already had this too. Love the promo art. Yeah, okay, I think that's all new stuff. I still love this image, though, of them staying at home for 2020. It's great. Okay. Oh, shit! There's new mail. All right, time to take the piss. All right, I will stall until you return. With this email. Oh my god. 12:06 a.m. Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula. Ha ha ha. It would get 404 in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the contents of the tweets, e.g. not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation? Hold on. Don't open voice mod. Not right now. Who are they following? This must be like an AR. Now we're doing an. This is slowly turning into an ARG at this point, and holy shit. Hi, Monica, high school Dublin president of the Literature Club. Poetry's life. Feeling kind of nostalgic today. The shortest days of the year, the longest. I reject my wish to hibernate by sipping coffee and watching the snow. Tired and trapped in the stillness like I'm in a painting, but you remind me that spring will return, so I warm my hands with a cup of coffee. Each letter I write reminds me that time passes, so I wait alone, calm in the stillness to see a warm day with my 3 eyes plus you. I return, unfortunately. We just learned from the game Monica has a Twitter account. And this is probably a code for the internal file. Hang on. Let's look at this real quick. So there's this internal file for anyone who doesn't know. And in the system notes, if you go into the tower keys, they talk about, they give you a clock time, a 3-digit combination that goes somewhere, question mark? Well, if you look at internal, you got these numbers here. And if you do 2, 2, 1, there's project plan. But we can't open it because it's not 240 yet. At 240, you can open this up, and there's a massive lore dump in here. I don't remember all the specifics because I didn't really absorb it, but holy shit. But now I'm wondering 4-0. Okay, we need to solve this. All right, we're taking a break from side stories for a second. I want to try to solve this. I can't help it. It's just the way that I am. So I'm thinking the Twitter account is linked to the files in some way. Let's pull that back up. So gear, boat. This one's gear. This is boat. And spaceship. Here's Monica's birthday. And you should hug energy to survive the winter. Damn. I did not enjoy this. Too close to turning into an ARG. I love ARGs, man. I love shit like this. This is my jam. Final results. What is this? Aw, cute. Okay. We need to... Maybe the time is something? Well, I'm trying to find a tweet that relates to either a boat or whatever the other thing was, a spaceship. I'm assuming this is the right Monica account, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't have that promo material from earlier. The original game came out so long ago. It's fucking wild. Beautiful F you dunce. Well, the thing is, I just had a thought. It's also possible because the game only came out last week. Maybe there might be a limit on what's available for now. Because all of these tweets, none of these tweets are older than, all these tweets are a lot older than the game itself. I'm thinking. Let me just try to find gear. Well, duh, setting the art before it starts. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it started way back here. Today's my favorite day. Also finally got on Twitter. Now to find some real people to follow. Hee. I'm bored. Reminds me of my club members. God, am I seriously gonna go through an entire Twitter? The entire Twitter of a fictional teenager? Technically 18, technically a legal adult, but there's nothing in here about gears. Okay, I'm gonna close this then. Let me look at the email again. Wait. This is the only email that has a time like this. I mean, do I want to change the system clock just to look at it? It's gonna really fuck the stream. It's gonna be like, you've been streaming for 24 hours. Oh, technically 18 R34 has been awakened. No, it says straight up when you first boot up the game, all characters depicted are 18 or older. They know what the people want. Okay. I really want to do it. I wish they would just let me change the in-game clock instead of my actual clock. Oh, because I really don't want to fuck with the timer, but yeah, okay, I'll just do it. Hold on. Settings. See, it would be time and language. Right here, right in the middle. Set time automatically, turn that off. Let me pull up the file first, just so I don't miss it by the seconds ticking through. 4:04. Then I have to set the time to 12:06 a.m. And it might get orange. An unknown error. Ah, really? I'm shocked. Bull being off on stream duration, dude, it just looks weird. It's just people come in and they're like, you've been streaming for 24 hours? What the fuck? Like a subathon or something? Didn't even work. That wasn't the time. So I have to look back at the hint again. Key pair 1 gear. 240, 221. Wait a minute, stream duration is tracked on the host side? Yeah. My buddy John Ball TV found that out by doing exactly what I just did. Anyway, I'm gonna set it back to set time automatically. There we go. Yep. And now over here on my side on OBS, it says I've been live for an hour and a half, but on the on the stream manager side, it's not even counting it anymore. It's so high that it was in the negatives. It just fixed itself. Okay. Remember to try 240 in the file thingy? Why 240? Where did you see 240 at? I'll try it, but nope. You know there's one guy who went through and tried every possible combination. Well, since I already fucked with the clock and it didn't actually, it seems like Twitch fixed itself. Let me pull up settings again. I think it's 240. Here you go. Here's this. This is fucking wild. I mean, you could automate the process. Maybe. High-level overview. Create human-readable version of Fabric benchmark results, suggesting we live in a simulated universe. Emulate Fabric benchmark results in virtualized environment. Build parameters for genetic iterations. This is weird to me because it's genetic. Why would you need to worry about genetics in a virtual program? He's suggesting they live in a simulated universe, which kind of implies that there are real people living in this virtual landscape. It's weird. Build parameters for genetic iterations, custom elevated access levels for one or more entities. So they intentionally gave Monica her elevated powers. Iterate until simulation is stable for target time threshold. This is our small-scale simulated universe. Observe effects of elevated access / knowledge of simulation. Collect / record data. Pitch findings to upper management as a profitable venture. Note, do not go through Barry. Go straight to upper management. Get promoted. Job saved. Possible team members. Ro has most knowledge / access to Commander Quantum Server. Ravi, second to Ro. Lib, fixed naming scheme conflict with lib folder. I've, sure, why not? Others, question mark. VM1, this was the one that has me interested. VM1, current project, small scale simulation, followed by VM2, future project, medium scale simulation. And if VM1 is the current project, is this like... I'm gonna have to decide if what we're playing right now is VM1 or if DDLC was VM1. Because I think DDLC was VM1, this is VM2, and this is the medium scale simulation. VM1 details. VM virtual machine. Yep. Yep. This is a virtual machine that we're playing on right now. Literature equals production of text assets, easy data collection. 4 entities, characters. Small physical space, efficient for server and genetic iterations. Highly elevated access permission creates very stable connection window, quote unquote, for data collection in exchange for less realistic simulated scenarios. So yeah, that's that. I will set my time back and throw off the universe again. Yeah, okay. So yeah, real quick for anyone, I'm pretty sure I only have you in chat right now, random guy, but for anyone who wants to like work on this in the background, and help me solve the mystery, I'll show you guys the email again. I've Laster, OMG, 12:06 a.m. was not the time. Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula. Ha ha ha. It would get 404'd in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the content of the tweets, example, not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation. Hang on, let me try one more thing. Actually. Because it's interesting that that was the one email where they hid the date. which I guess implies that it's from today. So at the time, in the game, like time-wise, today's date would be December 6th, 2019. Wait a sec. Go to Monica's Twitter. I'm going to go to Monica's Twitter again. Let me pull up on the stream for you guys. I'm going to go into Monica's Twitter again. I'm going to go to that date. It's December 6th, 2019. So let's just start at the bottom. February 14th, 2017. These are all 2017. 2018, 2019. July, August, September, October, December 17th. It's not the date. Damn, I thought I had something there. Ah, damn it. I was so ready. I need your hug energy to survive the winter. Man, now I'm sad. All right, well, I tried. Okay. So yeah, there's your clues if anyone wants to try to crack that. We have to get back to the side stories. I spent way too much time on that. My goal is to finish these today. We still have 3 more to go. Balance. Begin the side story. Hell yeah.
Natsuki!
I need water real quick. I should mention, I love ARGs. I'm shit at solving. While Natsuki's messing with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. What?
Hi.
Hi. The literature club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined, and it's fucking hot in here. I'm gonna go open the door. Ah! I should probably stretch a little bit anyway. Ugh. Okay. Oh boy, my legs are like, just like blood clots. The literature club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members. Lad, just give me a bag of coffee and an ARG. It will be solved in a week, no matter how complex or simple. All right, man. See if you can solve this one for me then. The only clues we have right now are boat and spaceship. Whatever that means. And then the first one was gear. That was the clue. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monica. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monica, who has multiple year settings, maybe? Oh, you know what? I did have to change... You're right, because I had to change the date in order to access it. So what could boat be? I'll tell you what, man. I'm gonna shelve the discussion of this for now. Work on it in the background if you like. When we finish this side story, let's revisit this. Location? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Because I gotta focus on getting these side stories done. My goal is to finish all these today. Monica, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories. Haha. And finally, Yuri mentioned to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. Shy girl, that one. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monica decided to give the club members in this next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection.
I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick.
Well, that depends on the kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery.
I like all of those things.
Sayori reaches out and pulls a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover.
Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes?
Oh, that's a hentai. You wouldn't like that one. Oh my god, it actually was a hentai. Okay, everyone who's ever played this game, myself especially, always makes jokes about Natsuki having a hentai in the closet. But now there's actually, canonically, hentai in her closet. Oh, that's incredible. That is amazing. Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand, then replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. Speaking of location. Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's just start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start to get really good until like a few volumes in, and I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga.
I could handle it. I did with Yuri's books, at least.
Well, I'm more considerate than that. Although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books.
No, I have the attention span of a donut. But I love my friends, and I can do anything if it's for them.
Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read.
I didn't say it was a donut, I just said I had the attention span of one. Aw, were you just trying to call me sweet? You're so cute.
No, I called you a donut because you have a fucking hole where your brain should be. Whoa, Natsuki! That was hard! But also a hell of a zinger. Good job! Let me, hang on, real quick. Let me just mark that for later. No! How did you get to that conclusion? Don't call me that.
A donut?
Cute.
Aw, how come?
I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and he closes the closet doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that.
I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt you.
Nah, sorry, it wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get angry all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles, fucking France's piece of shit. You're like, well, like a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you.
I still learned a valuable lesson.
Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book, so just start whenever you feel like it.
What's it about?
Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously. Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. I don't have love, I don't have luck. I have hatred and misfortune. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running to the same guys, and then you find out, like, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're gonna ship yourself with. It'd be so funny if I'm right.
Ship? I don't get it.
Ship, you say? 5:04, 12:14 a.m. p.m. You think so? I'll try it. I'll try it in a minute. All right. Yeah, remind me to look at it, because I'll probably forget. Remind me to look at it as soon as this is over, this side story, because I can't save it and quickly come back to this. So we're totally gonna try that as soon as we're done with the side story. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Just make sure you tell me what you think. What did I read? Okay, shipping thing, yeah. I gotta sneeze. It's not gonna come out. Come on, please. Please. Please come out. Please come out to play it. Nope, it's gonna just make me feel uncomfortable right up there in my nose. Just like, no, you're expecting me, so I'll pretend later. If I'm expecting a sneeze, it's just like, I wanted to sneak up on you and just come, like, leaves. It's like when someone's trying to scare you, but then you see them and they're just like, aw, and then just leave. They don't try. I'm like, well, at least try. Don't just give up right away. Anyway, just make sure you tell me what you think. My ear is bugging me again.
Oh, okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too.
Oh, so we're gonna be talking about Natsuki not wanting to share her poetry. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first?
Yeah, but we could do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then it won't make you or anything.
No, it's just... Well, never mind. We can worry about it tomorrow. After the club meeting ends and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monika strikes up a conversation with Shiori. And I'm going to blow my nose, because although I did not sneeze, the snot still came. Ah. Snot. I need my sinuses to be cleared. I need my sinuses flushed. I think I might have snot on my hand. Gross. Okay. Anyway.
I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you.
We're going back to that. just because it's funny.
I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so cute. I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her or if I just can't say it at all.
Say what?
Nothing! I'm a woman of respect! But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it!
What's so bad with that?
Nice. He found the buttons.
I don't know. But you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki actually doesn't like me very much.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How can you... How can you feel that way?
Natsuki doesn't like me! No! Well, I mean... just little signs, like how she only says hi to me after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, you know?
Maybe. My stupid ass just make me worry for no reason. It likes to do that.
It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns that you have. I'm here to help.
You're the best.
Sierra gives Monika a quick hug. Hug energy.
Well, I'm gonna keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her.
You got this.
After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one in as usual. Always late, never on time. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. I found a Reddit post with secrets. Ah, I see. I was trying to avoid looking it up because I wanted to try to figure it out for myself. Because I always end up looking it up in the end, but then that kind of like spoils the surprise. It's so satisfying to just be like, wait, is it this? And be like, and get it, and you're just like, ah! Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki.
Hello there.
Hi.
What you reading? Can I read it with you?
Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle, there are spoilers! Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday?
Sorry, I was just curious.
Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so...
Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then.
Mm-hmm.
Can I sit next to you, though?
Sure. Natsuki literally is, like... Is this why Natsuki always seems, like, a little bit blander than the other two girls? I don't know what it says because it's backwards. Oh, how dare. Whoa, red. Oh, like, there's a lot of stuff in this story that mirrors what the girls end up doing to the protagonist, but now that the protagonist is gone, they're just doing it with each other. I love shit like this. The butterfly effect is great. Sure. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki, then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Okay, so I think it's a neat letter. It is. So just to explain, so now some people don't know. In the second side story, when Yuri and Sayori were reading that book together, Yuri taught Sayori that it was because there was so much shit going on in the book, that it's a good idea to take notes on like the world and anything that's going on. Here's a neat letter. 3-3, find the imposter. It's this one. Right there. That one. That's the imposter. There you go. There's your imposter. Get outplayed, son! It's Russian Z. Gotcha. The ultimate troll. It's like the next level of the stupid, the stupid, Saw joke that Shane made in a random, in a Do Not Laugh. Why is your Google profile pic a pig? Why not? It's just a fucking pig. I don't know. I just made it a pig. It's like the next step up when Shane made the joke in Do Not Laugh about Saw, where he was like, if you want to survive, you must do exactly as I say. Grab the pawn. But, am I referring to the pan in English or the bread in Spanish? It's like, write a Z, but is it a Z in English or a Z in Russian? So stupid. Okay. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki, then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Yeah, Yuri had Sayori taking notes when she was experiencing her book, and now she's trying to do it the manga. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter. Or maybe Sayori's writing a poem, I don't know. Solution, just write all of them. There you go. Well, I would assume Jigsaw probably just called that cheating and kill you anyway. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noise of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. What was this one called again? I already forgot what this side story was called. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles and the margins are lined with stick figures. Ugh, I thought she was writing poetry. She's just drawing. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book.
Did you finish?
No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored?
No, I was writing.
I thought you were drawing. Depending on how long these are, I'm going to be back after dropping a deuce. They're pretty long. They're pretty lengthy. You got some time. The last one was like about 50 minutes, approximately.
No, I was writing.
Oh, I saw the stick figures and I thought you were just bored.
I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. This one is sad because she thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him.
What the heck? You're the weirdo.
Want to read the poem I'm working on?
Sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back over to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all of your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are, like, really emotional.
Is that bad?
Well, no. It was just an observation.
I think people can get closer to each other if they find ways of expressing their feelings.
Well... Natsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am, so...
You write poems?
I imagine them falling over would sound like dropping a open can of beans. Why? For a second there, I thought the route you were going with that was just like, it would sound like them, like a cardboard cutout falling over because they're flat and they're two-dimensional, but I don't know. Well, I mean, random guy is your name, so. Anyway.
You write poems? You never told me that. I just thought you wrote other stuff.
Yeah, that too, but...
You should... I mean, would you ever want to share?
Like I said, I don't do that.
But...
Can we talk about something else?
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it.
Still, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Well, let's move on to something that makes us both happy. I should continue the book you gave me since I didn't get very far yet.
Sure. Huh. She's got that sad glare again. This is interesting. Lemon is permanently stuck in my predictive text. And suggests that maybe you're using it too much. Over the next few days, Saray begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm.
It's Natsuki! Natsuki!
Oh, I love this. This is funny.
Hi, Natsuki!
At the end of one club meeting, Monica, who has become rather invested in Saray's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up.
It's cool that you've been finding time to spend with Saori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you.
I spammed it once a month ago for a few minutes. That'll do it. I just have predictive text turned off. Yeah.
I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right?
Yeah, mostly. Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further.
What's on your mind?
Nothing. I don't talk about people behind their backs.
Oh.
Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more.
It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their back.
I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. Monica shares a bright smile.
You're really considerate.
Thanks, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it.
You can trust me.
Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being, like, all over me right after we meet. Why do I relate to all of this? I relate to everything in here. I'm not used to someone being, like, all over me right after we meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. My neck pops more than a Geiger counter in Reactor 4. Damn. I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and, like, share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I just want to chill out sometimes.
Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. Okay, everyone, I keep losing my Monica voice.
It's fine. Why would you have?
I know, I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized.
Monica navigates through her tinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible.
Do you want me to talk to her about it?
No, I wouldn't like that.
Well, I don't know. I could, like, divert her into another club activity for you or something.
No way, that'd be so underhanded and mean.
Sorry, I didn't think that went through.
Besides, just because I complain about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me.
True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively want to try to solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to.
It's fine. I wouldn't talk to Siri about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would make her just constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to just keep things natural.
Well, I think if you do a good job expressing all your feelings, she would totally understand. Sarah really wants to be the best she can be for other people. I think she would actually be happy that you want to improve your friendship with her.
Maybe. It just feels so dumb talking to someone about how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. Monica shrugs.
It's the literature club.
Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh.
It's not the cool club.
Hey!
Sorry, that just tickled me for some reason.
God, Monica's just me. She makes stupid jokes all the time and thinks that they're hilarious. Thinks that they're hilarious.
Look, I know that you're kind of in a tough spot, and that's hard for you to really express yourself. But you've really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think that's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So I believe that you'll find the right thing to do.
Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, like I always do, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, then she finishes her thought in a mumble. Ping! It's Pong for the pores. And I'm so glad I could join the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything really was going to be okay. Alright, that's the end of that one. I feel like that side story was substantially shorter than some of the other ones. Before we try ARG thing, I'm gonna toss this up because, yeah, I'm gonna try that in a second because I have to pee real fast. So I'm gonna go pee and I'll be back in like a minute. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna throw up an ad because I'm a greedy motherfucker who wants those 2 cents. See you guys in a second. Uh-oh, not the music. Oh, welcome back, everybody. Why is that fade so fast? Like, that fade's fine. That doesn't. Does this one have an override or something, maybe? It doesn't fade properly. It's weird. Okay, anyway. Enough music. Apparently there's new music in there. I will never know where it is. All right, let's try this thing. So random guy's telling me to try 5, 0, 4. Well, that was a lot of build-up for nothing. What made you think it was a 504? Like a 504 plan, maybe? Hold on. Did you pull it from like the? Did you pull it from the Reddit you mentioned? Because I don't want to just like be handed the answers. I want to try to. I want at least someone to try to like figure it all out, even if it's not me. I'm really curious to know what all of this stuff is. Fix fonts is weird. Fast mem first. I'm not sure what that's about. Disk copy. No fast mem, merge mem. I'll be impressed if literally everything. Set map is different, is weird too. I'll be impressed if literally 501 and dumb. Okay. Now you're good. 501. Shit. Oh my god. I didn't change my system clock. It just so happens to be 2:14 right now. That's incredible. Let's fucking go. That's luck right there. Yeah. I'm gonna clip that. That's great. Hang on. That's crazy. I was just like, oh, I'm surprised it opened. This really need the time thing? Wait. Anyway, this looks weird. Dearest Ive, where are the years going? Doesn't it feel like ever since we graduated, we're just the same doofy college kids, but we're being put into increasingly adult situations? It's hard to believe how much can happen in just 1 year. But all of my memories this year are full of reminders why you've been my very best friend for so long. My gratitude for you is higher reaching than the mountains I'm gonna live in after faking my death. Throw to you actually entertaining that plan after helping me break up with Daphne. To this day, I can never tell how serious or joking you are about things or life in general, but I think I would literally implode if I didn't have you to remind me that things never matter as much as they seem in the moment and that things will always be okay. Imagine if we really do end up working together at Metaverse. That's literally the only way I think I'd be capable of coping with a mundane desk job. So Metaverse is the company. I know you said that your referral of me won't go very far because you're not a senior engineer, but as I'm coming out of my rough patch, it's the future I imagine for myself every day. I'm sorry for always being such a bundle of stress. I always feel like I want to be doing more for you, because the amount of you do for me just seems like more than anything I could give back. You inspire me to always improve. I just realized something, but I'll say it in a minute. You inspire me to always improve, and when I don't believe in myself, I stay motivated to become a better person so that I can deliver all of my best qualities to you. I love you, and I always will until we face the end of the world together, wishing for another 14 million years of friendship. With everlasting love, Paula. Is it possible that the people on the projects are somehow this is crazy crackpot theory based on nothing but speculation. Is it possible that the characters in the game are like the people that were on the team? Like they were just like inserted? Because the other thing that we saw implies that you can exist inside the virtual world, like people can actually be put into it. Also, Paula's a lesbian because she's dating Daphne. Holy shit. Well, that's something. Paul did eventually get in, though, because... And there's a mail that I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula, ha ha ha, I would get 404 in a microsecond. I did not. I really hope you're not just getting these off of Reddit, because that would be disappointing. I want to like see. I want to try to find them myself, because it's like that's the fun of it. It's not. It's not. It's about getting there. It's not the destination. Where did you find 501? Paula sounds a lot like Sayori, so I'm curious to see if maybe the crackpot theory ends up being right. I'll try 344 though. 3, 4, 4. Well, 344, 833. Show your work. How did you find these so quickly? Going to my settings, my settings. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Time and language. 833. MES. Infrastructure, software, communication systems. I'm going to change my time real quick back. There we go. We understand the modern day challenges of running an enterprise company with efficiency and reliability. That's why you can count on us to get the job done, so you can focus on the business that matters most. With world-class engineers and industry-leading specialists, Metaverse Enterprise Solutions, MES, will always deliver solutions that last. Cost per year analysis shows that the Metaverse solution saves up to 30% in the long run. And our flexible schedule support model ensures that quality can be delivered at the price point that is right for your company size. Your time is valuable. That's why from planning to design to installation, our experts do the work for you. Filling out our simple questionnaire is all it takes for our team to recommend the right plan and provide an affordable quote. Excellence is right around the corner. With solutions you can trust, you can count on, and experts you can trust, this is our promise to you. You're in good company. Infrastructure, software, communication systems. Why would a software company be working with like AI in this way, though? Doesn't it seem kind of weird? Man, this is all getting 3 wacky, 5 me. All right, seriously, random. How did you find those? I'm curious. Did you just get those? Did you just get them off Reddit? Or did you actually like solve the puzzle? I would like to know. All the same post? All right. So I didn't want to try to solve it. Or at least see the work. So I want to know how people found that. Because they gave hints. You know? Gear is interesting, though. I suppose if you figure out where gear comes from, then you can solve the rest. Right here, let me see. Tower keys. Tags. A lot of spoilers. Yep, I'm looking at a wiki page right now. Here's a list of all files exclusive to DDLC Plus that can be opened through the in-game interface. Some files require the player system to be in a certain time. The times listed below work in either AM or PM. All right, I'm trying not to read. The content of towerkeys.txt itself is a reference to the game Myst. That's cool. Finding the time to unlock each file is not random. You can find them all throughout the game, including the files themselves. In the boot up screen for the MES system, which appears after starting up DDLC Plus for the second or further time, the strings 833 and 344 can be found. This is the solution for opening the MES text file. In towerkeys.txt, the gear key pair corresponds to the solution for opening projectplan.txt. In poemwords.txt, in line 200, instead of a poem word, there is the key pair needed to unlock meeting notes 2. What, really? Hold up. Oh, the words. See if we can find either boat or spaceship in here. Before anyone asks, by the way, no, I cannot control F. For either boat or spaceship. Wait, right here. 915 130. One, 3, 0. Meaning that's 2.txt. It was 915, right? Change. There we go. It took a second, but it opened. Lib, promising work on recording simulation activity into playable script. Playable equals observable form, not a game. Stay focused, Ive. So Ive didn't really... I guess Ive was not supposed to make it into like a game, but he did. Pretending to type important things while waiting for everyone to get back on topic. 4:30 still target time. Still target end time. You guys think what I'm thinking? Assigning names to simulated entities for easier reference. A, B, C, D should suffice. 1, 2, 3. Using real names only encourages treating them like pets rather than simulated entities. Everyone is trying to come up with stupid names now. I wonder who's typing this up. Control simulation. Create identical VM without entity A having elevated access permissions. Okay, so this is the meeting after VM1. Create identical VM without entity A having elevated access permissions. Seems unlikely. Nothing has come close so far. Clone VM1. Same elevated access but prevent the entity from discovering it. Seems tricky but plausible. Meeting over time again. JKL SDF, JKL SDF, JKL. They're not very good at making sure they hit all the keys when they're doing this. GGS. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4:30. I'm gonna try it. 1, 2, 3. Track 6 name ideas. There's more. Change. 4:30. Operation, not a game. by Ive Laster. Control simulation, track 6, name ideas. Work together, discussion time, debate time, brainstorm, listen up, teamwork time, let's discuss, teamwork, I'll handle it, leader, take the lead. Text face names for another track. 030. Oh my god, we found the rabbit hole. Hold up. Meeting notes 3. Shit, we need a time for this. Let me go back to this one. I gotta set the time again. Zero 30. The question is that 3 in English or a Russian 3, a Russian Z? There's an achievement for listening to the music for 20 minutes. I'll let it sit and play for 20 minutes at some point. We have to figure out though. We need to figure out the time for 030. How it relates. So they included hints for tower keys they had found so far, but I guess there's also more. There's more than just the 4. Like far more. Yeah. By the way, I would not put stock in the creation date. I think that's just when this is just when I reset the virtual machine and just remade these documents again. So I was streaming this late at night. This was the same day I streamed the game for the second time. I already forgot what that other one was. God, you can really just deep dive into this, huh? I mean, Friday, the way they had the date, it's like weird that this is the only one from today. I just find it weird this is the only one that has the time written like this. Actually, this is not the 6th is not the day's date. It would be the 9th. This is like the furthest along. This was also sent in exactly 1206. Why were all of these sent at exactly 1206? Know the time for 3030? Is it 1206? Because I'm curious. Man. Let me get back into it. 158? Where'd you find that? Like I said before, I'd rather not just cheat. I want to like try to find stuff on my own. I did kind of cheat a second ago, but it gave us a rabbit hole to go down, and I'm curious now. Control simulation, progress, idea, snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. So it is what we're playing through right now. Even the post didn't say anything about it. Small entry of the post. Okay. Even this what we're playing through right now, the side stories, is the prologue to VM1, which is DDLC. Better comparison than both being parallel. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures, to hide elevated access permissions. Fifth entity in VM1, not part of original genetic model, not present in data dumps. Very bizarre. IVE is less talkative today, meeting ending on time. 12:55 OMG. $12:55 OMG. Would they be crazy enough to hide something in the attributions? It'd be nuts if they did. Do you think this could be the 404? 404. Okay, hold on. Let me change time to 12:55. Doki Doki Literature Club. Welcome to the rebellion. We're all working our asses off with our jobs on the line, so we might as well have some fun with it too, right? I totally get why Paula wants to rush into data collection, but my proposal is to shift our efforts a little and build out some new features for making real-time connection to the VM more useful and fun. If we're basically simulating a miniature universe, then it's kind of a waste to not be able to spend some quality time in there, right? But actually, I think wrapping this whole thing in the guise of a video game is a great and hilarious way of covering our tracks. And if we do a good enough job, we might even be able to present it to Paula as a useful endeavor. Key selling points. 5 to 6 hours of misery, dread, and cute girls. Learn through the existential crises of others, how to cope with your own simulated universe. Witness the destruction of a universe over and over in video game form. Ha ha ha, this is going to be absolutely amazing. So this is Ive saying this, right? Ive's a psychopath. And no, the irony isn't lost on me. Creating a secret team within a secret team is more meta than I signed up for. And that's saying something considering we literally work for Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. We can come up with a fake game studio name and everything too. Interesting. Obviously, no plans to go public with this, but it would be a good part of the whole disguise. Plus, I want a cool team name that makes us feel like a bunch of heroes for saving the universe. Kidding. But we're at least saving our jobs. Something like Team Salvation. So, VM1 was VM1 still Doki Doki Literature Club? Did they convert VM1 into Doki Doki Literature Club? But VM1 was also supposed to look really different from what it turned out to be. Man, that was a lot to absorb in an instant. I'm gonna have to go back through this VOD after the fact and kind of just like absorb all of that. For right now, though, I think we should just keep going. Hydrate. I could use that right now. Thank you. I'm out of water. Let me get more. Oh, holy shit! Yeah, I actually, when I was making the cut down versions of the side side stories just to upload separately to YouTube. I actually with the second one, I actually cut out the file manipulation I was doing initially. So I wonder if maybe I should, excuse me, I wonder if I should maybe like add that back in. Add that into the start of it. So I think people would like seeing the behind the scenes stuff too. Okay. Or maybe just combine all of the file manips into like a single video. I don't know. I think the idea makes a little more sense. All right. It's time, y'all, for a little reflection. Begin.
What a wonderful way to start. Okay, everyone. Am I bothering you?
No.
Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you're always looking so into it when you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt.
Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it.
That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a little bit of prodding.
It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work, so it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone is being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Sayori and Natsuki.
Natsuki, look at the pencils in my nose!
Look at the pencil up my... Anyway. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki's lobbing into the air, but the pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor.
Maybe I should say something.
No need, they just ran out of cookie. What a waste.
They've really become good friends, haven't they? I'm happy.
Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Cookie in the eye, damn straight.
Yeah. Come to think of it, you and I haven't had many chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Though that may be partially my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members.
Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage.
Well, what about during times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends?
I just read.
Oh.
But I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes.
Do you always read fantasy?
Oh, not always. I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of a series. Oh yeah, Yuri in the VM1. I keep calling it VM1. It just helps me. It helps me. It's less of a mouthful than Doki Doki Literature Club, so I'm just gonna keep calling it VM1. If I say VM1, I'm referring to the original game. Okay, in VM1, Yuri was way into horror, so that's actually, I never realized that before. This is one of the butterfly effects, that Yuri's not into horror in this game. Interesting. There are still 2 more books after this one.
I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading them.
Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate into genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity.
Oh yeah? Even like romance?
Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them.
Oh, come on, Yuri, you know what I mean.
Monica lowers her voice. She's not into horror, she's into Someone stop that man before he ruined everything. Monica lowers her voice.
It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do, so...
She's thinking about it. Maybe more when I was in middle school. I mean, I was really lonely and people were mean to me a lot. So it kind of felt like, please don't make me think about the past.
Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That'd be so much fun.
Absolutely not.
Really? Even if it was just between us?
Try asking someone who has no shame like Natsuki. Wow! Yuri! Yuri's fucking savage when she wants to be. Or I guess technically she never wants to be, and she's kind of savage by accident, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Ouch.
Sorry, I swear I didn't mean that.
Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past, too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience.
There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it, too. Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just...
We were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki?
Still calling it manga. I don't care if no one else thinks it's funny. I find it funny, and that's all that matters. My needs come before the needs of the people. That is what it means to be a dictator. Like a couple years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then.
Oh yeah? What wasn't that inspired you to get more into it?
I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series that I really liked. Yeah, I was just like really fed up with a lot of things. Wait a second. Did I finish Balance Part 2? Did I finish this? I definitely did not. All right, well, we got a preview into Reflection. That's neat. They're so evenly colored. I swear, if you clicked once with a paint bucket, the whole character would be one solid color. Maybe they're uniforms, but... Shit, I'm skipping things. All right, well, I'm going to have to do some fancy editing later to cut that out. All right, it's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by the glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl.
Hey, that's Natsuki! I never run into the other club members around the school. Natsuki!
Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Oh! Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner.
Hey! She definitely saw me.
Again, Natsuki, once again, perfect parallel to the protagonist who didn't want to walk with Sayori in the first part of the game. Butterfly effect, man. The sub icon is a toaster. I didn't even notice that you subbed. Oh, you've been subbed. How did I not see that? I take it you like proto-gens. I just like toast. I just didn't know what else to make it, so I made it the toaster.
Oh.
Goes to the club.
Monica, Natsuki doesn't love me!
Monika's the first to arrive to the club meeting, then Natsuki. Yeah, when I was doing the reflection thing, I was like, did we finish? The reason I realized we didn't finish this one was only because, like, wait, I don't think we got a CG. I was like, we didn't get a CG for the last story. That was weird. Like, wait a second. Because we didn't finish it. Monika's the first to arrive to the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced at the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter.
Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think she ever wanted to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share a manga. But aside from that, she doesn't like me. I should just go home today.
Sorry, but do you plan on going inside?
No!
Why?
I'm sulking!
At least she's honest. Oh. Yuri. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. Oh my god, Yuri.
No, don't leave me!
Oh, I'll stay here then.
I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me.
Really? Not bad.
Hey!
Sorry, I'm sorry. That was a joke. It sounded like something stupid that I would do from anxiety.
From anxiety?
Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself.
Oh. Well, that makes sense based on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends. But it feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. It makes me feel like she was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga, but she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. It's so stupid!
And then she just flips a random desk she finds in the hall. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her?
No, she was just walking with her friends.
With her friends? In the middle of walking with her friends? She just flips a student. There's a recurring bit currently that Siri likes flipping desks anytime she gets excited. But I could totally see her flipping a student. That's the finale, though. She flips Natsuki. Because she's so small and easy to flip. Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Siri, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them.
Of course! I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best parts of my day are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so...
You hate being alone? Siri nods. My sister's like that. We're very different people. I cherish my alone time. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So I think... Well, if I was trying to have alone time and it was being threatened with an interruption, then... It just would not make me very happy.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki.
I feel like you're missing the point here, Sayori. When he's friends, I can always just disappoint myself. Skip the middleman. See, that right there is a businessman. That's the fine makings of a businessman.
She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything.
No, I think it's similar. It's, well, we're all friends in the club. But we have our own lives outside of the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know about Natsuki's life outside of the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than just jump headfirst into a new commitment.
But... that means I was really bothering her? I just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her?
I don't know, I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so...
Why was I so selfish? Even if all that is true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because she already seemed really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance.
That, I was just thinking to myself, like, what was the side story here called again? And she's just like, balance, like, right! That was it!
Now I hurt her and she doesn't want to talk to me. How can I let myself do this?
Sayori, I think that... It's kind of cold in here. I have a fan running in here and it's making it kind of cold. Oh yeah, I shut the door. That may be part of it. The one time I want my computer to be making it hot. Well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So, I think if we were to realistically consider the situation, how it would cause someone to feel, The word bounce reminds me of the balance arc of the Adventure Zone. I wouldn't know it. This music is also very loud, so I'm going to turn it down a little bit more. I'm bad at this, I'm sorry. You're a lot better than me at things like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug.
You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart.
It's not a burden.
I enjoy listening to others. And my friends deserve happiness.
Sayori beams. Exactly what she wants. It's a D&D podcast.
Well, I think I'm gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she does still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. Makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I just have to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess it means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person. If it's to be better for my friends, I want that.
That's very mature of you, Sayori.
I'm mature.
Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head.
I need to be here to show that I need to be here to show her that I respect her space. I'll just be at the club by myself today.
Yuri nods in understanding.
You can go in first.
Okay. You're blocking the door.
Oh,
Sayori steps aside.
by the way,
Before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects.
Damn it, so close. Almost escaped.
you said that you and Natsuki are completely different, but I don't really think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways.
Yuri smiles and shakes her head.
Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes.
Yuri turns and enters the club room. Don't worry, the final side story is Yuri and Natsuki talking about something, so that one's gonna be good. After a moment, Sayori follows. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front. Oh, she was gonna write poetry with her. What should bet the design notes were for them? I think it was just the word titties for all of them. Not true. Natsuki is borderline peten. She's rocking those A-cups. And they work for her. There's nothing wrong with being small. She has a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Borderline what now? Petan. It's Japanese. It's a stupid Hall Life reference. It's like if someone is flat-chested, you call them petan. Bettan.
Oh, are we writing today? Ooh, or sorry, she was speaking in a quiet voice. Ooh, are we writing today?
Monica speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the club room. She kneels down at Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki yells very loudly, totally willing to disturb the peace of the classroom. Natsuki pulls a sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. I forgot to tie up my sweat shorts. Hold on a moment. Let me just tie those up again. Here we go. Like that. I just call flat people with flat earthers wet tree. You see this? This is proof. The earth is flat. Why? I don't know. I just want it to be true. I wish a flat earther would just admit that to my face. Make my day. I would pay them. Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms.
Sorry, I didn't mean to peek.
Whatever.
I just wanted to see how everything was going.
It's fine. Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori, who is focused on her manga. Monica follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me.
How come? I keep losing Monica's voice. Okay, everyone, there it is again. That familiar energy.
I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monica falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monica to see. Soon the rain. Oh, I'm gonna cry. It says to Sayori. Oh. The fact that she made some German mail. I haven't done that voice in a very long time. My mad scientist voice. It's like, I have mixed the pickles with the radish to take over the world with frankfurters. Okay, gonna clip that. God damn. It says, to Sayori, aww. Understanding, Monica smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly,
I'm proud of you.
This is definitely not Monica's voice, but whatever. Okay, everyone, I'm proud of you. Natsuki looks away, but makes no motion to remove Monica's hand. Ah, tsundere, tsundere. The mad mustache model world conflict deuce. Monica gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. Aw, I love this game. I love this game. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed. So was Monica, after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it. You're gonna help you with your love life? Not playing this? A belt sander. Okay. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location.
Sorry. I didn't know we were supposed to go.
It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. Reconcile, idiots! They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes.
Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow.
Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression. Oh. Cue break. Don't cue break me now. I will cue break after the side story is over. This is the emotional part. Don't ruin the through line. Don't break the momentum. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression, then walks away from the closet. If there was any proof Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the club room. Natsuki, go after her! Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls from behind.
Natsuki?
Startled, Sayori turns back around to face Natsuki. Oh, I love this. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry again. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say.
Me too. But you go first.
Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. I will break the momentum so hard it makes the atoms go to zero. I will not let you. I can shut down the chat whenever I want, goddammit. Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. Well, first of all... She cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to, I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to, like feelings and stuff. So... Face burning, Natsuki clams up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. This better fucking go to the poem screen. Yeah, let's go! How the hell did lip biting become hot? I just like to bite my lip. It wasn't lip biting, it was just like she was reluctant to speak. That was the only thing. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch, but it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. I'm gonna cry because I relate to this too much. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Don't come in. I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture, and I peek through the keyhole and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away, to see them again. I have so much to do and I'm scared. I'm not ready. But it's still my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door, and I'll show you the best place in the world.
It's a poem. But I thought...
Well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it. Please? Siri smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart.
I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And now we probably have different ways we like to make friends.
About, like, the friendship stuff. I mean...
It's okay. I understand, so you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job. So don't force yourself if you're not ready yet, okay?
Natsuki nods.
You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault, and I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually felt really guilty and I wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I just approach you all the time and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendships should always start with those things. With the right balance.
Natsuki nods again. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced. Like you said. Like the title of the side story. Siri nods.
I understand. We'll make sure of that together then.
Aww. Well, anyway. Now the two of them have found common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not gonna be, like, sharing my poems all the time now or anything like that. But... I accidentally clicked options. Fuck. I guess it wouldn't hurt to do once in a while. Only the best ones! So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind.
I like anything you do, Natsuki.
I was just saying.
More importantly, I have to tell you about my new
What? What?
I have to tell you about my new boyfriend.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is.
You definitely won't be able to guess.
The two walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last two chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal.
Oh, I wanted you to enjoy it with me. That's so cute.
Wait, what did you say? Oh.
Aw, you wanted to enjoy it with me. That's so cute.
Oh, shush. That's the end. It said there was something new in the side stories, but there was nothing. Interesting. Okay. Well, that was funky. All right. I owe everyone a cube break, so let's do that. Let's contribute to the 20 minutes of music listening. Just a little bit. Buy my mixtape. Is this it? I literally just got the achievement. No, I just got it. Spend 20 minutes listening to the music on the desktop. I was like 2 seconds away apparently. Yeah. right, well, cube break's not going to take this long, but I'll put it on repeat just in case. All right, for anyone who, so for the people who probably don't know, the way cube break works is I take a Rubik's Cube, I mix it up, and then I just solve it. I'm not fast. It'll take me about 2 minutes, but I will solve it. So while I'm mixing this and working on solving it, what do you guys want to talk about, if anything? How's everyone liking the game so far? Actually, I'm really curious to know. So I know this series doesn't get like as many viewers as like Omori, which by the way, is coming back. It will be coming back on Thursday. But I'm fucking loving this game. Fingers. Oh, your thing from before. Okay. Sorry, I completely forgot to read it. I saw it, but I just didn't want to break the build up. Fingers, phallic symbolism, eyes. Phallic symbolism, eyes, yonic symbolism. Poking yourself in the eye, a cunning symbol of intercourse. Anything is sex if you're brave enough. My fastest cube solve is NAN. I don't know what that actually stands for. I just assume it's either you solved it so fast they couldn't time it, or just you've never solved one. I wonder if people would be interested if I did a stream where I teach people to solve a Rubik's Cube. I've tried to solve one. I've tried like a browser version of the Rubik's Cube. Not a number. Got it. I tried to solve one. I tried solving like a browser one before, but I couldn't manipulate it properly. It sucked. It sucked really hard. Anyway, here we go. Gotta start with the daisy. Like that. Daisy on top. Then we align the middle colors and force the white pieces down into middle white. Let's see, green here. Red there, blue there. And now I have our middle pieces lined up. Nice. Now we go for our white corners. Got a green one here. Put that in the right spot while getting this one down. Move you over to here. There we go. Off to a good start. We need to get these down. Okay, get that up there, and then orange goes over here. And white solved. Okay. Moving on. Gotta get the middle layer. Alright, so we need to shift you out of there. I just kind of put some... I accidentally shifted one out and also put one in the right spot. I wasn't even trying to do that. That was sick. Okay, and then we do one of these. Null is my favorite anime. I have not seen Null. Is Null an actual anime or are you making a joke? Is this an anime or you're doing one of your funny bits? Middle layer solved. We solve yellow now. We need a yellow cross. There we go. Perfect. It's a joke. Got it. It's about to say. I think we do this. Okay, then we do this. Find the fish. Make sure the fish eats out of your hand. Oh, it's so fucking close to being solved. There's one corner out of place. Damn. Okay. Okay, well, now we do this. We gotta get the yellow corners. The most complex movement in all this. And now, finally, we solve. I was gonna mic drop it, but I didn't want to like break it by accident. There you go. There's your cube break. NAN is null. Yeah, I got it. The reason I thought it might be a joke is because you said nan earlier, which is like, yeah, it's basically the same as null. But yeah, okay, there we go. Cube break accomplished. Mission accomplished. With that, let's head back into the game. Stop that music. Okay. Can't wait to cut that out of the VOD. Did we figure out anything new with files? Or we just want to keep going? I'd be totally down to deep dive into like the file stuff at near the end. If you want to save it. Did they get anything new? Oh my god. I love her. Natsuki! Oh, and the background is like reflective material that lights up with the flash of her camera. That's a great detail. I love that. Where's Yuri's fancy background, though? I'm guessing it probably comes here. Oh, yeah, it'll probably come with her second story. I don't get it. Don't get what? The poem. A poem from Natsuki distributed at special events in the past. Acquire all of Natsuki's other poems. Cool. I name my pen, The Expression Express. My feelings aboard with a ticket to you. No room for stammers, no lies, no extra stops, no compromise. Station screaming by, attendant saying hi, one ticket to you, please and thank you. Take a headphone and doze. No bumps in the rails, just thumps in my heart and loops in my letters and clouds in the sky and dreams in your eyes. Hey, wake up. The train has arrived. Expression Express, destination you. Choo choo. In case it wasn't obvious, Natsuki is best girl. In the absence of Monica. I love all of them equally, but Monica, just, they're all great. Natsuki has a special place in my heart. It's kind of crazy though. I've related to like all of these situations. I'm just like this now as an adult. So many lessons to learn in this literature club. I've related to none of them. Really? A scene from the side story, Balance. I love this one. By the way, here's the... I love this scene when from Trust when Sayori just kind of collapses. I'm a fucked up person, so anytime I see someone like falling apart, I'm just like, yes, yes, good. Show us your inner machinations. I love this one when Yuri breaks down and Sayori comforts her. Seeing people cry makes me cry, but I'm okay with that. I like this where my two favorite girls are just kind of like chilling together. That's nice. My two favorite people. Sayori is a close second if you consider that Natsuki and Monica are tied for first. All right, let's go ahead and do reflection. We already read the beginning bit. I'm just going to skip ahead to where we got. I already forgot what this one was called. I have the memory of a goldfish. Let's see. This game has more breakdowns than an old Lada. Yep. See them both energetic. I think Natsuki was over here. We were right around when Natsuki butts in. Yeah, and Monica has this legendary save right here, because when Yuri says something mean to him about Natsuki. Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just...
Oh, we were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki?
I know I already read this, but I'm just going to read it again. Like a couple years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then.
Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it?
I don't know. I guess... Let me think. It was after I discovered a series that I really liked. May or may not be Parfait Girls. Yeah, I was just like really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I just hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. The tag that scares me the most on E621 is wound penetration. I don't even want to know what you're talking about. I know what it is, I just don't want to know what it is. You know what I mean?
Hey, kind of like Yuri.
Monica!
Sorry.
That's completely wrong, so...
It's so cool that you both really found your thing. they're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they helped you a lot through your hard times.
You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by very much. It's slightly longer, kind of like the Nintendo Switch OLED model with a lowercase m. It all comes full circle. I'm never gonna stop talking about that. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long so I can I've read more than you. Not that I have the money for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. I know, I was just joking. I could never actually read books like yours. It's too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. It's not boring. That's the way you should read that. The tag cheese grater is for your... I don't even... And we're gonna stop there. I'm gonna kindly request no more hentai speak in the chat for today. That's 2 is the limit. 2 is the limit. You're gonna get me in trouble on YouTube. Chill, I just said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion, I just think it's too convoluted. It's not hentai. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? Wound penetration, cheese grater. If it's not hentai, then what the fuck is it? I'm almost worried if it's not hentai. What else could it possibly be? Bit more fuzzy. Still hentai. Anyway, Yuri's.
Sayori, are those from the floor?
Gross. Furry shit. I knew exactly what you were talking about. It's still pornographic. Sometimes. Not all furry stuff is pornographic. That's stereotyping, and I apologize. Gross. Also, wash your hands before touching any of my books.
But my hands aren't dirty!
Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see them.
Fine.
Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Aw, poor Yuri.
Yuri, you look a little upset.
What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring?
Well, she did correct herself.
Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand that it's not for everyone. But she knows well how much these mean to me. How about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? Yeah, I have that bad habit too. I love shitting on things. It's one of my favorite hobbies, and everyone hates me for it.
I'm sorry, Yuri. Okay, everyone, there's the voice. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like. Especially in a literature club. So I should figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them so quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. Yeah, and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you.
Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected.
That was 2 stories ago. That then. Either way, I'll do my best.
I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you. God, they're all of the all of the side stories are coming back. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Water?
Okay, everyone! We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. This is really loud, I'm gonna turn it down. The music just keeps getting louder and louder. Who needs common ground when you can have no man's land? You stay on your side, I stay on mine. Meh. I think we have a chance to turn our differences to positive energy for each other.
Aren't you being a little dramatic about this?
This is important to me.
Well, sorry, I just feel like I'm being accused of something. Or something.
No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it came off that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of the language, and I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club, don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club.
Still going even after a workout. Still going even after work is out. Wow, endurance stream. Like I said, we're finishing this shit today. I want my streams to be longer. Also, hey Luna, what's up? You missed a lot of stuff. You missed a lot of stuff. So much that I can't stop to go over it. Actually. So I want to keep this flow going. If you want to catch the first 2 side stories, though, they are up on YouTube. They're both about an hour long each. I'll buy the thing myself and just play, or do that. Yeah, we also did a deep dive into the files because I ended up finding the rabbit hole, and we found a lot of shit. A lot of shit in the files. There's like way more tower keys than just 4, as it turns out. Or maybe we found the end of it. I don't know. Oh, those in the episodes too. We deep dived. We did a small dive in like right before going into the second side story, which I did not include in the second side story, but I will go back and edit it back in for some of the side stories. Like one side story in particular, where we did a really big deep dive, I will edit it back in for that one. Yeah, I'll put it back. Actually, no, because I found it. It wouldn't be on the stream because I found it on my own. We'll see. I'll figure out what I'm editing. I'll make sure everything's included. Everything I've found out so far. Anyway,
I say me, but I should say we. Because random guy helped me out a lot. I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club.
if you say so.
Sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when receiving our thought. And this goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversation, basically anything. For example, Sari, what's your favorite food?
I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast?
Oh, jeez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit?
That's easy, cherries.
Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty.
What? Cherries are delicious.
Flips a desk.
Wow, that's a pretty strong reaction.
Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty.
How does that make you feel?
I don't know, sad.
Defensive, maybe? Leading the witness?
Yeah, I got defensive.
See, the reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't just because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something that, like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sarah's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries cherries are nasty. In your own reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
Wait, hold on. How is that objective when you just said it was only your opinion? Hold on, wait, what?
It has to do with the way our brains work with words. I got it now, okay, I'm with it. You're talking about the reality of the cherries, not your feelings about them. Like Sayori. Let's run for a second and pretend I didn't say that I think cherries are nasty.
Good.
I think Sayori might be missing the point. Just a little bit. Monica got deep here.
That's because before this, we had the side story's version of Natsuki and Yuri getting into it. Where they heavily disagreed on what's on just Yuri just felt offended. Like she felt like she was being condescended to. So Monica's kind of discussing it today.
So, what if instead of that I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy. Which is exactly what Natsuki said, and she's going to say that now.
Well, that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word.
Okay, so cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about the cherries, I just talked about my feelings and so I didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. You're right, you don't need to take notes. I'm not gonna quiz you or something.
I know that. I was just,
Sorry, I didn't mean to... Finding a picture of all four of them together, it's never happened before. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you'd like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far?
Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings.
Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours and how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to help turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Siri?
Whatever you say, cherry hater.
Oh, come on. Siri, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate.
What the heck? I've been duped!
Flips another desk.
I'm sorry, Siri. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae?
You are welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president.
This is actually really great. I know, right? I fucking love this. It's so good. It's so good. I've already cried twice and almost cried 3 or 4 times.
You are welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president.
Buying your people's loyalty. How deplorable. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. That was... I mean... I was reading and not keeping track of them.
Wait, Con, can you cry? Nandayo. Go watch the VOD. Sefji cries like a little bitch. Not really, but he shed actual tears. I'm in character right now. He definitely shed tears, though. Only because the other girls in the scene cried. When other people cry, Colin cries. Yeah. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. So, now we have the gist of it, how about we try it with something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start?
Well... Ubu? I'd rather not, no.
Aw, how come?
Well, because... I don't see how anything productive can come from that. It's just going to start a fight. This is how the fight breaks out. This is how it happens.
No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Let's just have a calm and rational discussion.
Here's the thing, though, okay? This is not Yuri and Natsuki's side story. I cannot stress that enough. It is the side story between Yuri and Monica. So I'm curious to see how they're going to spin this into being about Yuri and Monica. Cried -0 times. Heartless. Because it seems like it's focusing heavily on Yuri and Natsuki's relationship, but it's actually about Monica and Yuri and their relationship. Every side story is specifically about the relationship between 2 of the girls. And everyone has their time with each other. And this one's about Yuri and Monica. Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child, you don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think it's more respectable to just speak your mind. Respectable? Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Oh, fuck. When Yuri speaks her mind, bad things happen.
Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like...
It's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more depth and nuance in my reading material. Why does she already look offended? Let me just make sure that I don't have Monica's voice. It is cool that Monica gets lamps one night too. Yeah. Oh, Luna, you're gonna get a kick out of this. I won't tell you until you answer this question for me. Spoilers, YN. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. Oh, well, that's just misunderstanding then. I thought you were gonna say that manga's for children or something. Like, I don't hear enough of that. But there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What? Are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I really prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. Excuse me?
Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it?
I think it's more like just let people have their opinions and don't get offended by them. Literally, this is I've been saying that so far all these side stories have related to my life in one way or another, and that's why I'm really into this way more than I thought I'd be. I literally had a debate like this about Kazuya with Chris when Kazuya dropped. And it turned into a whole thing. I won't go into it because it's like that's my personal life. That's my personal life, and Chris has nothing to do with anybody else. But like it was basically it boiled down to this exact topic. The other person might get exposed in the streams if it happens, but don't go like out of your way to. I join knowing it can happen, but I want to be here. Okay. I mean, I just had an interesting detail, but I will keep it to myself then. If we end up diving into the files again, it'll probably come out, but we will just keep it to ourselves for now. Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you.
Natsuki!
Nobody's immature. I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way.
Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring.
Boring isn't subjective.
Okay, it bores me. That's subjective.
But, I mean, the thing about...
This is ridiculous. Do you see why I didn't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset! Like I said, I don't care what other people think! So you just fuck around! But I always got the impression that you secretly looked down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody ever has the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. What? Have you looked in a mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all of my interests immature. You can't. Please stop. Oh, Sayori, no. Please. You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends.
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Well, it did. So please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time, okay? Wow. This side story is called Reflection. Next side story is called Self-Reflection, and that one involves Yuri and Natsuki, actually. So I feel like this is like the two-part season finale in a series of side stories that are all two-parters, which is dope as shit. Yuri's piercing words send the club room into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed.
Well, you weren't very nice either, so...
I was just saying.
How did this happen?
It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I should have tried to moderate conflict when I know how bad I am. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. It was a really stupid thing for me to do.
It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. But I guess we're sensitive about the things we really love.
Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not in the manga, but if you actually look down on other people for it...
That's kind of the point I was trying to make it in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things, it's about just recognizing and understanding our differences.
Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you were trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her, not just like the way we talk to each other, right?
I mean...
Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving credit. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. The title of the side story. Actually, I think everyone should.
It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow, I'm just, like, saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems.
This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out, because I can just move on now.
But...
It's fine, I promise. Let's just get our mind off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex.
Don't be mean! I'll talk or read or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay?
Sorry. I'm just bitter.
Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but... I at least know we're all good people and don't want to hurt each other. This will be a learning experience.
Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given way by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always been engaged. This is bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of anyone, and this is the reason. As Sayori and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. End of side story part 1. Look at her! She's so cute! Oh, this is when we were just playing a second ago. Where's the new one? Oh, is that to add it to the playlist? Ah, take it out. Okay. We still don't have any really reason to deep dive in the files yet, so right back into it. Reflection part 2. Oh, sorry. I thought the next one was called self-reflection, but it's just self-love. It'll have to do with them eventually. You must learn to love yourself before you can learn to love another. All right, let's see what happens. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the club room earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still. So she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. This, interestingly enough, has a parallel to Literature Club in Blue Skies, but I don't want to go any further than that because that might spoil things. So she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry.
My heart feels vacant because a ship sailed away.
Yo!
Ah! Natsuki?
Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. That's my move. I just don't say anything. I tell you, want me listening in on your poetry thing.
Yeah. Thanks for realizing that.
Should I let you finish that up then?
Oh, no, it wasn't. I mean, I just do whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting.
Where's Monica, by the way?
Oh, she's out in the hallway.
Huh? Why?
Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri is too nervous to come into the clubroom by herself, so...
Oh. Jeez. Does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? Like, as long as her hair is?
She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while, but as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back.
I just want us to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all just ignore it and move on. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion to me doesn't matter anyway. I have to read that again now. It's so stupid. Her opinion to me doesn't matter anyway. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too.
It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak.
Natsuki's sad glare, just it hits me a certain way. You know what I mean?
Let's figure this out together.
Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff.
Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that'll help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from.
Well, I was happy the way things were before we had to have that conversation yesterday.
What part of the conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga?
Maybe. I doubt it, though. Because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time, and I hate that I'm letting that happen. Is it maybe because you care about her more than your friends? Maybe because Yuri is a true friend? Mayhaps? Maybe? By the way, if y'all are enjoying this stream, make sure to hit the follow button so that you know when I'm going live. Tomorrow's going to be another a talking stream, like a late night talk stream, because we haven't done one of those in a while. And the day after that, at 12, we'll be going back to Omori, which everyone really fucking liked. And I ended it for a while because I was waiting for assets from a friend, but I was like, okay, I'm sick of waiting. We're just gonna put this up. Yeah, that'll be happening as well. And also this week, hopefully, 50-turn Mario Party will be a thing. What you gonna talk about? I don't know yet. For this talking stream in particular, it's gonna be more like a... I don't know if you would know about this random guy. Because I feel like I've seen you before today, but maybe you're brand new as well. I don't know. I'm not the best with names when people don't show up frequently. But I used to do this thing on stream called Lazy Sundays, where I would come on the stream. I'm from the Omori stream. I remember you now. Okay. Yeah, I totally remember you now. Yeah. Yeah. I used to do this thing called Lazy Sunday, where I would just come on a stream with no game, no plan, just nothing in mind to do, and we would just either sit around and hang out or to watch YouTube videos, just do whatever the fuck. And I'm kind of like going that route as like a spiritual successor to this next stream. So I think it's a cool idea. Okay, anyway. Yeah, that'll be at 7, I think I have it scheduled at. Yeah, I think it's 7. And also we're gonna be playing Mario Party 4 for 50 turns on Friday. I have to get the guests ironed out because I might have to seek out a replacement for one of them. Sappy's going through some stuff. Used to have it, revive it. I mean, I like having at least one day a week where I don't have to worry about where I can like just work on things, right? And I don't have to worry about like watching my sister or like just doing a stream. Lately, Sundays have been that day for me. Because it's every now and then the way I work is I just like I'll work in long bursts where I'll just sit down and spend an entire day working on shit, and I'll just get a lot done in a single day. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the story, shall we? But something about it really got to me this time, and I hate that I'm letting that happen.
Is it because it came from Yuri?
No? Why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I hate that she thinks she's so much better than me just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide that they don't like me, or manga or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good to even give it a chance.
I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Would you give Yuri's books a chance?
After this, obviously not.
What about before this?
Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated.
I see. You're an asshole. But you know, I like Yuri's books.
Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Siri shakes her head.
I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with. And a fantasy has a lot to interpret and cover, and it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing is that both the manga and the fantasy are true to themselves. So, I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. And I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think.
I love the pauses they do to make it feel like they're just like pausing to think for a second. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like, first it was with Monica when I was new to the club, and then it was you, and now it's Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk, and if they just realized that, then we could at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everybody's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. And I don't know why, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it.
Natsuki.
I'm gonna cry again.
Natsuki.
Siri puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder.
You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. Understanding. Another side story. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kinds of communication, and it feels like you magically connect with them.
I keep running away from reality. If I don't know how to be loved, I'll leave you be. The exact line is, if I don't know how to love you. But I assume you're just referencing Natsuki, so.
But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easier for them to misunderstand each other or to get communication wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles a lot with, too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of, reflection, wink wink, and self-awareness. And vulnerability.
I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest.
What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. I'm your therapist now, who likes to flip desks.
Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like my friends, and I guess my dad, like when I don't get good grades or even stupid things like if my room isn't clean. So what am I gonna do, cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. Who's condescending now? So, things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then I just get really angry and find ways to blame everything else instead.
Do you see yourself as better than Yuri?
Uh-oh. If I said that, then I would just sound really full of myself.
No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about ourselves. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them. We want to learn more about themselves. That's a part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like.
I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase and I'm just way above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way.
You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. That was awkward. You are not your feelings.
But
You are not your feelings. Say that to yourself out loud.
fine. I just like imagine Sarah just like flipping two desks with both hands. Say it! I am not my feelings.
The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house and you gotta see each other every day. And even if you can't ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then and it's gonna make you feel like poop. So, the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand?
How do you know so much about this stuff? Because she lives it every day?
I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Called depression.
Oh, she talked about it! Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know.
I am not my feelings.
I want to be a good person like you. Aw, you little sweetheart. I'm gonna cry because Natsuki's crying now. Oh, there it is. There's the tears.
We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monica. And I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you.
Natsuki remained silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside. Was it a result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she was inflicted the wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound. One that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. I suck at being vulnerable. So I relate to this. Just like you don't want to feel the pain, so you just hide from it. But eventually, when you do have to face it, it is all the pain that built up just comes spilling out of you. It sucks.
Yuri, what are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you.
Please don't yell at me.
Oh, I'm not gonna yell at you. I just want to say I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair for me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time I'll just try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine.
You're not mad at me?
I thought you were the one that mad at me.
I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. Oh, she's sitting in the fetal position for this one. I got an itchy chest. There we go. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset.
Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay?
Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns, and I can't get away from them.
What kinds of negative thought patterns?
Like everyone hates me. Especially Natsuki.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you.
How do you know?
Well, because...
Cats are cute. Cats are little cute bags. They are. I prefer cats to dogs, but I don't mind dogs. They just jump on me, and I'm not all about that shit. I'm not about that. Monica thinks back to the time that she herself found herself in an... That's redundant. Monica thinks back to the time that she found herself in an altercation with Natsuki. And how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well.
I think Natsuki's just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But you know, she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She just, well, I guess that way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first before she feels comfortable returning it.
Oh. But that means the burden is on me. And I don't know how to say the things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, I just... Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair.
It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you.
Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place.
Anymore? I don't like dogs. Dogs don't want to have to stop something from rolling in its own shit or storing my shoes. If you train your dogs well enough, it won't be a problem.
Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectful when people speak their mind, so I did, and then she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears.
But Sarah and I like you, and we've gotten to know you a lot by now, right?
Yuri doesn't seem to have a response.
Hey, what do you think of Natsuki?
I don't think about her.
That's not what I meant, really.
I just...
I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her.
I do.
What is it?
Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person. So for someone to just treat me like I'm inferior despite my tastes, that's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her.
Literally the same person. Two different sides of the same coin.
But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again.
Exactly the same. That's the lesson.
And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential.
No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong.
Well, they're not right.
That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have to control us. I feel like that's something I learned when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things. Or we can, just acknowledge that they exist and try to understand them better. I can never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. I'm gonna read that again. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork.
Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature. And so good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison.
Yuri, I'm far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They didn't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to, reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts.
I just want to be a good person.
Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far.
It's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate it to her.
Communicate what?
How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Oh, I'm gonna cry again. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defensive mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable, but I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I know, right? I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this.
Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right?
Because
The literature club should be happy for everyone. Aww. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration.
I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to hug you now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable.
No, I mean, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. CG?
You're so gentle. And I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see that side of you. And I'm sure that Suki will too.
I'm going to write her a letter.
Oh, a letter? What a great idea.
Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things, and I say things I don't mean.
Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. It's such a nice way to communicate.
Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that, and I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposite in a lot of ways. But I'm friends with her because she put so much effort into understanding me so that we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both give me a lot of time and patience. And I wonder if she feels the same way.
Natsuki?
Yuri nods. I don't think I turned off the voice mod. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. That there's a type of person or a magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. And that's what I learned through my observations in the literature club.
Observations?
Monica's caught by surprise. The only reason I'm shedding a tear is because I used too much hot sauce. I believe you. It's getting spicy. I love, literally here, the next part of this, of course, is going to be that the whole time Yuri has been sitting and reading to herself throughout every single side story, literally every single one we read today, Yuri has always been sitting by herself silently reading, but the entire time, she hasn't just been reading, she's been paying attention to everybody else and learning. Yuri has always kept to herself so much that it's so unusual to hear her suddenly talking about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayori too. And it makes me happy because I learn a lot of things.
That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant that much to you.
Monica never thought much of it, but in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. Aww. It's true. Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people and can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fist pressed into her collarbone. When she finds the literature club president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected, this was a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances towards the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens.
Yuri? What a surprise to see you during lunch.
Yuri squeaks a response. Please help me.
What? Is everything okay?
Yuri shakes her head. I
don't know how to write letters.
Thank goodness, I thought there was some kind of emergency.
Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. Do you want some... Oh,
Do you want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something.
is that okay? I feel bad for taking you away from your friends.
It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec.
Monica trots back into her classroom, says something like, I gotta go, to her friends, then grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri.
Okay, let's find somewhere quiet.
Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. Alright, they're gonna write a letter together, guys! How are you today?
Huh? Me?
Well, yes.
Oh gosh, sorry, I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today, just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week.
How come?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time.
Me too, I do that too.
Hey, this classroom's empty. Let's go in here.
After peering inside, Monica opens a classroom door and the two of them enter. Hey, it's our classroom, but not really because we don't exist. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. She watches as Monica pulls two chairs up to the same desk, then obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk.
You nervous?
I don't want to do this.
We don't have to. We can come up with something else.
Yuri shakes her head and belches loudly. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take initiative.
Gosh, you must be really determined. Would you like to save your file?
It's so dumb. We had an Undertale joke in Blue Skies too that I really cracked up at.
I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you.
Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then, she picks up her pen. Aw, so cute. I'm very hungry. I would love this way more if I wasn't fucking starving. Oh, Yuri's left-handed. I love that. I'm left-handed.
Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. I'm getting text messages. Who could it be? Oh, hell yeah. Just to let you know, Evie's going to be going to Kathy and Joyce this Friday, so you don't have to watch her this Friday. Bam. I'm left-handed. Let's go. I'm right-handed, but only because I'm Monica right now. In character. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. The graphite is cursed.
I know exactly what you're talking about. The pain that only left-handed people know. Just every day after school, just graphite all down your hand. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri's.
Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing different things you want to say to her?
I am writing and I still get that. It's so much worse if you're left-handed though, because the entire time you're writing things out, you're just dragging your hand through what you wrote. And it smears the words on the page a little bit, and it's annoying. Yuri thinks. I keep thinking it's like a sad It's a contemplative Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden.
Oh, that's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday?
But never mind. I guess I'll try. Right to left to piss off teachers and fix the issue at the same time. Only if you want Fs on your papers. Man, we're already past the 4-hour mark. Fuck it. I don't have a reason to stop. We'll keep going.
Plus, my handwriting can be interpreted as either a doctor's handwriting or ancient cave paintings. I don't think I need to get my sister, so I'm gonna push past the 4-hour mark. We're finishing all this today. But after the side story, though, I am gonna take a second to like go grab a snack or something, because I am very hungry. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her attention evident. Then she writes the word reflection. Roll credits! This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but we have been able to separately be friends with... I'm going to try that again because I really butchered that. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but have been able to separately be friends with Yuri and Monica.
That's me.
Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks. She does look determined. I like this look on Yuri. I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests.
Mm-hmm. The same goes for Natsuki too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same.
I want to do that too.
So, what kinds of things do you want to do for her?
I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person even when I'm not doing a good job at it.
Let's write those things down.
Okay. Yuri writes some things down, and they actually wrote it down. Like, the scene actually changes. It's so good.
I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki's feeling vulnerable, so we should make sure that the letter puts her first. Ah, fuck, I forgot compassion dissolves in oil. Fuck, it burns. Sorry to hear it, man. What did you do? Oh. You burn yourself? Are you okay? It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps to just tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that they know that you're ready to respect them and listen to them and admit the feelings that you feel you could do better. Then, finally, you ask what you would like to do in return. How's that sound for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, 1 for each of those points.
I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized, I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things.
Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know. You spend so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. So I think you're the amazing one.
Aw, cute. If people try to make this Yuri, I'm actually being a little pissed. I don't think this is like a Yuri thing. I think it's like it's just a very deep friendship deal. Compassion, the spicy chemical. I'm on fucking fire. Ah, I see, okay. Spicy food. Stuff, the thing that I cannot handle. Monica gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze. Or maybe it is a Yuri thing. But as she lets go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monica's hand in place. For a while, they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday, you told me something that I'm thinking about a lot.
What was that?
The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and that they're just a state of being we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow.
Is that how you felt about Natsuki?
Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is always trying their best. And everyone wants to be happy. Monica peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm.
I have to read about that. I have to read it to help out, you know.
It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now after being able to talk to you about it.
Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I really prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughs softly to herself. A rare expression.
I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage. But it's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but...
Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So just don't call it damage, please. Monica gives Yuri a gentle smile. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks and all I got was real friends who value me. Hey, Benda.
Is that a joke?
Of course it is.
I still can't tell with you.
Sorry.
No, I love it. Please, never change.
As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time.
Will you be able to finish?
Before the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you like. I read that without the voice mod.
I can give it to her instead if you'd like.
Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it.
Of course, I promise.
Thank you. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods.
Good luck. I'm here if you need me.
Yuri returns a nod and the two depart. Interesting. I was right. It is a two-part season finale. Woo! I like Yuri's background. We got all the wallpapers. Oh, you know what though? This last poem will probably be like the letter to Natsuki. I'm wondering what it's gonna be. Aw, cute. She's smiling. They're happy. It's a nice change of pace. People smiling about things, instead of like the crying that was all happening earlier. Oh, I want to finish strong though. I want to finish with some fucking tears. I want them both be bawling their eyes out. Pain, nothing but pain. A small, quiet stairwell, which Yuri sometimes prefers as her reading location. Oh, that's cool. No new sketches though. A lot of the sketches are tied to achievements though. Okay, so as I said, I'm so sorry for the people who weren't fans of the music, but hug energy. It's not loud enough. Hang on, let me go. What's a good this one. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna go to the break screen again. I'm gonna grab just like a snack. It'll be a little bit. I'll probably be coming back in like 5 minutes, let's say. So I'm gonna go find something to eat. And when I get back, we will finish up this epic saga. I will see you guys soon. Let me just type a commercial. I'll just play a minute-long ad. It's fine, whatever.
Alright, guys, I'm back. I had lukewarm breadsticks. And the last of these mini powder cake donuts. So, now that we're getting close to the end of this game, what'd everybody think? So I'm having an awesome time. I've only seen a little bit. It's so much. Yeah, because like, don't be wrong, the vanilla game, the original, it does a good job of making you get attached to the characters. But this Plus really does a good job of like showing you who those characters are. It really does a deep dive into like their personalities and who they are as people and how they handle problems. And I've always been a fan of like heavy character pieces. Which is why I like slice of life stuff in anime. Where sometimes the conflict isn't like, oh, we have to defeat the villain. It's just normal people problems and you have to talk it out. And plus, it does the same thing that Blue Skies does for me. It hits that same itch where it's just like, these are just hyper-realistic problems. And they're problems that everyone goes through and everyone feels. I will definitely pick it up. You should. I mean, I don't know if there's much reason to after watching me play it all the way through because then you've seen everything, but like there's no choice or anything in the side stories. You just kind of go through them. But if you want to deep dive into like the hidden lore and stuff, the hidden lore is nuts. Yeah, I just love seeing all these characters more fleshed out, finally. It was like the one thing that DDLC 1 was lacking. That's why it's one thing I want is I just wanted to spend more time with everybody. Even Sayori is like, if you get the secret ending with in the main game, Sayori's like, I would have loved to spend more time with you, but the game's over. There's nothing left. Okay. Well, my donuts are gone. My belly is, well, somewhat fuller than it was before. I don't feel like dying. How about that? So, without further ado, let's get back into it. It's the final story. I almost don't want it to be over, but we gotta finish. Man, it's only 2 o'clock? No, wait. Hold up. Oh, I thought it was only 2 o'clock, but I forgot to set the clock back from earlier. It's like 4:30. I was like, well, it's not late as it's not nearly as late as I thought it was. It's like we've been streaming for 4 hours. I started at 12. Been streaming for 4 hours. It's only 2 o'clock. Wait a second. That math doesn't check out. All right. Anyway. Okay. You wrote your maths. Damn straight. 2 by 2? What's 2 by 2? It's only been 1 day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she will need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. I kind of know what this the CG is going to be. I think it's going to be in the stairwell in the evening time, like as the sun's going down. It looks cute. It looked cute. It was a tiny little thumbnail on like the Steam page. So I was trying my best to avoid spoilers for this. But I'm excited to see it. Because I do love the relationship between these two, because they're so similar and yet so different. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she will need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. Because the staircase is under maintenance and has been for 20 years, no student would ever have any reason for coming here. It's such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. Fuck! What are you doing here? I just... Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Hardcover or paperback? Because she's wrinkling the paper with on a hardcover book, then damn. I imagine she hasn't opened it yet. Well, what are you doing here? I just came to get a drink from the vending machine. The other one is out of the drink I like. Yuri notices Natsuki. Someone just came home. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. Okay, I hope we just spend this entire last side story the two of them sitting here on the stairwell, talking. If it just stays contained in this one area, it's like the one take scene, one location shot, I'm so in. I want that so bad. Natsuki also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seems to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in place of the coins. Why is my mom texting me when I'm in the middle of a stream? Streaming... What? It's some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. She glances all around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I meant, really. I mean, it's totally cool that's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so... Not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just gonna stop talking. That seems like a good idea. It's okay. Everything is okay. 1 second. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. The two of words hard very much. The two of these two characters in particular trying to talk out their differences is fantastic. Drama! Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly why can't I read? It kind of possibly be that I've almost been streaming for 5 hours. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits herself down near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, this seems to mean at least something, though it's not clear what that may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Oh, they're gonna keep coming back to this spot and having lunch here until they kind of finally reconcile. Love it. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle. Are you coming today? To the club? Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I'm really bad at talking about this stuff. I just can't for some reason, I don't know why. But I want to. Eventually. There's no rush. I promise. Thanks. It's the next day. Oh my god, I called it. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today, she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh, you're here again. Oh, don't change the music. It was perfect. Well, I just came in to read this, but because there aren't any people around here. Oh, I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't, but there's no people here. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. But it started off feeling the same, but then it felt really different when the music kicked in. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here? It's okay that I'm here? Yeah, I don't care. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Especially since, they all just assume I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them exactly. But I just don't want it to come up again now after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have other friends who are in the manga? Not unless online friends count. And they don't. And Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it. She just likes it, you know what I mean? Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into at least just look like books, so you don't have to feel like everyone is constantly judging you by what you're reading. That would be so awful. Especially since I already hate attention so much. Well, it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already. If you're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about these days. About those days. I mean, sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Sorry, I'm very nervous. No, it's okay, it's whatever. We were all just stupid kids back then anyway. Some of the fanfics I wrote, oh, thank God I used a pseudonym. But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now we'll think the same thing about our current selves. Probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me, especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future, coming to terms with me right now. Also, ow, I didn't mean to do it that hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. Aw, that's cute in a really dumb way. She turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide a smile as though it was a really funny joke. Damn, Yuri getting cuter. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had that in you. I don't. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it'd be funny? Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on about all this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. She wanted to keep going. Friendship! Friendship! The conversation ends quickly, and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour. But the whole time, Yuri feels distracted by a twist of regret over having so abruptly forced the end of their conversation. The next day? The next day? You're back. Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. You're not here to lay low. Tsundere, tsundere. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase where she normally sits. Soon, soon, soon. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. What, like, for me? Luna, you got that? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. It wasn't stupid. I just thought... Never mind. What I meant to say is thank you. And that it's a really nice gesture. It's okay if you don't feel that way. I do! It was the other things that I didn't mean. I swear. Please believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get it wrong a lot too. So, I believe you. I get it. Boop. Natsuki exhales in relief. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something nice for you next time. Please don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay. Thank you. You can thank me after I figured out how to do something nice. I'll do it then too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. It just reminds me how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. There are just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. Like talking to Yuri. I like being around them when we're all just having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously. Sorry, I was trying. For some reason, Twitch disabled mod tools for me by default. Needed to reinstall. Huh, weird. So when I don't know, feeling serious, then their attitudes just really get on my nerves. I'm the exact same way. I never take anything seriously. It's only gotten worse ever since I joined the literature club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good at just putting up with it, because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like or something. Aw, she's getting tired of their bullshit. Finally. Her friends are toxic. But I just have a hard time doing that lately. It's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not going to demand for everyone around me to change. But, yeah, I know. Monica and Sierra really don't agree with that kind of thing. But they're not in my position, so it's easy for them to say that you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. It's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Sorry, none of this has anything to do with you. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. That's weird. Sorry. I just like learning about people. Do you think it's weird? No, that's not weird. I probably just misunderstood, so... I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? Ah. Ears bugging me. Ah. If you'd like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some things that you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on the weekends. And they really like my baking. and it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot, and we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes.
Oh. I'm bad at a lot of those things.
So?
Are those all things that are important to you?
Well, kind of, but they're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too.
Well, say whatever the heck you're baking, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot.
That doesn't mean she's anything like that doesn't mean that doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends.
Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings.
Excuse me? Excuse me? How much you don't talk that way about my friends that you don't know anything about?
Natsuki stands up. No, wait! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave.
Natsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that.
I'm sorry.
She's not wrong, though. Her friends are bitches. Natsuki sits back down. You can't just compare friends like that and, like, measure who's better than who. Everyone's different.
I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you.
Aw. A moment of silence stretches between them. Yuri be the true friend here. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun.
I don't like that.
Well, that's why I'm friends with them and you're not.
You like it?
It's weird seeing Yuri and Natsuki being nice to each other. I know, right? Also, welcome.
You like it?
Just don't worry so much about me.
It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts. Like how Monica can. She's good at these things.
Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's what Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong and they're all like, what's wrong? Is everything okay? I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think.
Oh, you don't need to reassure me or anything.
I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener.
Thank you. You're also nice.
Reject the compliment. It's really hard for me. It doesn't come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who can just say whatever's on my mind. But I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset or I want to say something mean. Why am I like that? You don't have to answer that, I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices her fidgeting with the pages of her book. How come you like reading so much?
Oh, well, a lot of reasons.
Vending machine. Yep. Source of iced tea.
Well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like I want to be a part of it. I think...
So tender. And then ruined.
I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions.
Wasn't expecting that. Yeah. Most of the like 100, 150, 200 rewards are like just stuff like that.
Especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions. I just don't really understand it. And I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. I feel it's like I always want to be around the characters. I feel such a strong emotional connection with them in ways that I've never felt with real people.
close your mouth. You're gonna catch flies. So, in that way, it can sometimes feel more real than real life. Really? It's that hard for you to be around people? Like, all the time? Fairly often. Especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all of that, I don't know what to do. I just disengage. Oh. Doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one, and I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your books? All the time. Sometimes so badly that it makes my heart ache. Yeah. Me too. Really? Mm-hmm. A lot. Like, more than anything. After Natsuki mutters that, silence fills the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. We're not waiting. Straight in the finale. Finale, here we go. Hey. Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. She went to the library to get a book. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today, she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. Is that so? Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while. Which I had to come up with an excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I would share with them too. I'm gonna refresh my brain and try that one again. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I would share with them too. I keep thinking she's gonna say I'm gonna share with you too. As she sits down, Natsuki opens the lid of her container. You made cupcakes. You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time. Again. You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown, with dark green frosting, immaculately shaped into a floral pattern, topped with some kind of glittery powder. Ah, pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it, I just made them. She did something nice for... I'm going to do something nice for you next time. It's right here, right in the heart, right in the feels. So good, so good. I just thought that because green is Monica's favorite color, right? Well, yeah, but that's not really... Yuri takes a small bite. This is green tea flavored. I love it so much. I love green tea. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try, so... Don't laugh at me. I'm not. I just felt happy. Oh, sorry. Usually when... Never mind. What I mean is that I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice. I can see the future. And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them, from past experience. Yuri turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look. Mini Sayori. How did you get into baking? Oh, well, I don't know, it just kinda always appealed to me. Well, a few years ago I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got super into it for a while. I was probably making stuff almost every day. But it's something that I always knew I liked anyway. It's like, baking's like art, but when you get good at it, it gets more delicious too. I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic, knowing that it would just be eaten afterwards. Yeah, maybe you're too practical for it. I think I prefer to be on the receiving end. That's my other favorite part about it. It's something I can do that makes a lot of people happy, like unconditional. Everyone was always so thankful, and in that moment you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel valued. Yeah, I guess that. So you were able to make it with your friends today? There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool, and that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So, they're not going to stop? I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one who ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now when I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh, I see. Oh. Natsuki, you idiot. She thinks that you're just coming here to avoid your friends and not because you care. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. I'm glad that the situation is resolved. And that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah, me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. Aww. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me. But it's the best I can do. So you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. Then she shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Sorry, she whines as she protests. But I made them for you! I know. And I like them very much, exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if this is the way you know how to make that happen, then I'm not going to take it from you. No, they were for making you happy! You make me happy. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you. And be your friend. Without warning... God damn it! Without warning, tears pour from Natsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing into her arms. Natsuki, such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs and struggles to speak through them. Me too. I just really hate myself sometimes. And it feels so wrong when you say those nice things to me. Like I don't deserve it. I'm sorry. No, I am. So difficult. And I can't think of even a single thing about myself that somebody would like. I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. And I just thought it was my chance to be a good person, like to be nice and do the things you wrote about in the letter. I knew if I tried in the club, Suri and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. No. I think a lot of those negative things about myself. I never felt like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say, and later I feel like I said all the wrong things. And I just spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, and feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So, I understand some of that through my own experience. And that's why I wanted to write the letter and express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her bag and pulls out some tissues. Hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to remember these things. The desire to improve yourself, that makes you a good person. So don't worry so much. Also, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around. And you're not shy. And you know how to make people laugh. And and you're very passionate about things, and you know how to take the lead. Boy, stranger, you come in a weird time at the very end of the side stories. And you care a lot about other people, and just a lot of things. Oh. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. And don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile, then she sighs and fades again. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time, but then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? Just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back, so ditching them all the time feels like, I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared that they'll get mad at me. I really don't know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance. Oh, yeah, it's like near the end of the stream, near the end of the game. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles until she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with little confidence in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. Because I'm threatened out of the things that should make me happy. So no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against everything I believe in, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. Fed up with it. Fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms to her forehead and shakes her head. I know what's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something so scary. Do what? You know, to end it with them. Natsuki nods. I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option. It wasn't, recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long and you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into it. So much that it feels like that's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about it. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. It's terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know. A lot of things. Like being alone. You're not gonna be alone for long. She's gonna come in for the hug for the CG. Not having anyone to talk to or hang out with. Not being able to replace what I have with them. I want them to hate me. And I'm scared they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? Not physically, but very much through this. Natsuki, what? If anyone even thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Damn. I'm quiet? Oh, shit. And during the most emotional part of the story. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Why am I quiet? The fuck? Hang on, let me turn myself up. That's weird. Okay. That should be better. Whoa, that's too loud. Oh, I'm quiet because I'm whispering. It's like it's a tender moment. We're good, it's fine. I will unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts in laughter. Don't laugh at me. Yeah, see, now it's loud again. Back up. It's a little louder than it was before. It should be fine. Sorry, I like that. Natsuki liked that. What I just do? Yeah. Person bot. I've had 3 bots this stream now. I like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I meant it. I know you did. Natsuki gives you an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation lapses, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. What did the bot even say? I wasn't paying attention. It was another one of those, you want to be famous? Sign them for bots. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? Natsuki nods. I'm sure. I will then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds on to that feeling, knowing it will give her courage. Ooh, not yet. No CG yet. We're gonna see the end result today. Ah, you're here first today. Mm-hmm. And you brought reading material. Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. That's why I'm quiet. My microphone flipped over on me, and I didn't realize. That's why I was quiet. Oh God, I'll have to check that back in the VOD. If it's bad, I'll probably just re-record it on my own. Yeah, my microphone was like, it's just way down there that whole time. I didn't even realize. I was just so into the story. I got really into my acting. I got really into character for that. It was pretty bad. How long was it lasting for? Because I could go back and just do it again. It was bad enough that people couldn't hear me. At least since I came in. Yeah, I'll re-record it later when I need to get that one up. 5+ minutes. Yeah, I'll do it later, it's fine. Yeah, I don't want to leave right now. Yeah, in case I can't get out of this now, so yeah, when I go to edit these, I'll play through that part again. For the video. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding a volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Like it's such a big part of your life, and then one day there's just nothing left. Makes you feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of the series. That sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I don't know if I'd want it to go on forever. Maybe. There are some things that I wish could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstayed its welcome? Yeah, definitely. This is totally an allegory for my friends. I can think of at least one thing I've read that got pretty unbearable like halfway through and the ending really sucked. So, it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. I guess it sucks either way. Well, that's the nature of all things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material. Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like with friends, at the mall or downtown or whatever. I'm not a total shut-in, you know. Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Oh, I'm sure I go out less often than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends and arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting with my board game group. Board game group? It doesn't matter. It's just more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask anyway? I was just curious. I just realized that I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes that she's shaking. Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees into her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she may have said or done. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier telling them. And then I just blocked them because I'm so afraid of the responses. And now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh, that's... I'm sorry. Totally unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. A lot of the people watching right now didn't see it earlier, but we did see Natsuki's friends earlier. They are fucking toxic. They are toxic, terrible people. So this is she might be upset, but this is a very good thing. They had to go. And then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick and I want to hit my head against things. Please help, I can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I have experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breath, head still buried in her knees. Oh my god, I've been through this. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. Then she puts her head on Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? I turn British all of a sudden there. Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes much more apparent through Yuri's sense of touch. Yeah, her friends really messed her up. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good and safe place where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri is only touching Natsuki's shoulders, she can practically feel her racing pulse to the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hands, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. That's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. I don't know if I can actually read through this, actually. Rough memories? It's very heavy. It's very heavy. It's almost... I would say it's just as heavy, if not heavier, than some of the stuff we had in Blue Skies. They continue like that for a few more cycles, while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight into Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feeling of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You're in a safe and comfortable physical space. Minutes pass in silence. By now, the worst of it has passed, but Yuri is determined not to move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees, and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then, she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out. To freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is that going to keep happening? It may, or it may not. We can take measures to prevent it in the future, but I think it will naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her own open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap.
from now on. Oh, that's such a good line! You don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki, of all people, makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does such a good job at hiding it that it's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted, demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey of learning to love yourself. Aww. Do you really mean that? You're probably gonna regret saying that if you do. How so? Because I'm probably gonna have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want and drag you around to a lot of places. I see. You already said it, so you can't take it back now. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. Mm-hmm. I know a good ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite flavor of ice cream. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, you don't remember? The first day that you came to the club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor, but for me, you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh, wait, yes I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. Gasp! It's a good guess, but my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How is that fancy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry's my favorite. What a coincidence. She is good at this, damn. I think it helps to have something to look forward to. Still have this sick feeling in my stomach. But it's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that'll make this easy for me. You already did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about. Except that I think it helped me understand my needs a little bit better. The way I like to be treated. And the kinds of friends that I want to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place, even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence you ran into me here initially. Oh, well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first. With the help of Sayori. That's... You said... I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to, like... Whatever, you know what I'm saying. Well... I guess I'm glad that you worked up the courage. Even if it was in your own way. I can tell you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave, and it will make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of you for it. Anyone? You mean like you? Yes. Is she about to cry too? Yes. Like me. You know, I could get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now. But I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest feelings. Thanks. It feels nice to be reassured.
Aww. The two girls continue their conversation through the remainder of lunch. But a new feeling hangs in the air. A feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another literature club meeting where the 4 club members will happily spend time together. Each of them, all with their own special qualities, have something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find new happiness together. Damn it, noobs. The end of each chapter is the start of the next. Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore. Together. Oh, I love this game. Oh, it's so good. There's more! There's more! We have to see how it ends. I know we're gonna go to this 3-hour mark for this stream. I don't care. I want to see how it ends. Strap in, boys and girls.
Okay, everyone. We're gonna be taking a break from the usual activities today. I was thinking since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think it'll help us figure out what to do for the festival, you know?
Oh, Sarah and I already came up with a really good plan.
Really? For the festival?
Yeah, so the plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then we can take a map and plan the most efficient route so we can get to most of them before the lines get too long.
It's been 5.5 hours, so also how the F has it been 17 months? Well, you smell, so it's okay, I guess.
I smell, so it makes it easier to find me. Sepji, 3-hour mark. Let's go. Me looking at stream time? You mean 5, but yeah. I said 5. No, I said 6. We're gonna easily be into the 6-hour mark by the end of this.
Then we take a nap. Then we can take a map and plan the most efficient route so we can get to most of them before the lines get too long.
Hey, that has nothing to do with the club.
Well, you have to let me finish.
Alright, fine, go ahead.
Right. So we basically get all the food that we can, then we come back here and we all eat together.
You 100%. You 100% said 3-hour mark. I didn't mean to. He is fried from long stream. Probably. By the way, John, if you have any interest in this one, you may want to leave because this is like the very, very, very end of the game. There's like nothing left after this. This is spoiler central. But support. As long as you don't care about spoilers, I'm just warning you. That you know of. Dude, the way they presented it, I'm pretty sure it is. John Lee, we need to do voicing again on your channel. I do care about them. But I care about you even more. Is that what it is? If John's doing voice acting on his channel again, y'all know I'm Monica. The end of chapter 1. Yeah, you're right. Where one chapter ends and a new one begins. I'm not totally convinced that Monica won't go crazy by the end of this, though. All right, let's finish up.
Right, so basically we get all the food we can, then we come back here and we all eat together. That's all.
Wow, I got tricked but twice by the same joke.
Boo, don't be a hater. It's not like you can come up with anything better. Look, even Yuri was thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature related. We can eat together anytime. The festival is a unique opportunity. And besides, it's been shutting down. Suddenly, everyone's here. Everyone's here for the finale. I'll do Yuri again, except this time I'll do a Game Grumps inspired Yuri. Shutting down. What's up, Stacks? Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. We really got a shot at showing people what the literature club is all about. I'll tell you what, we can do both, right? We'll make time for your food mission and still put together a public event.
Oh my gosh, yes! I was just joking, but that's a really good idea.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
You know, like Clifford the Big Red Dog. Clifford makes a friend. I remember now.
I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of a literature club.
Well, that's kind of tough because everyone gets something different out of the club.
Okay, how about this? Let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That could really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build.
Yeah!
That's too embarrassing.
Oh, but you'd have so much to talk about.
That's exactly why. And I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way. Well, maybe, but I didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. I mean, it's the literature club. We talk about that stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable with it is to suck it up and do it. Oh, you're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant.
It's not good to say suck it up because it sounds like their feelings don't matter.
Right, my bad. It's just a habit I need to break. Well, anyway, who's gonna start?
I'll start! I was the first to join after all.
Wouldn't that tell me Monica since she started the club? Exactly. Clifford vs. Godzilla, the next step in kaiju movies. We could rip the page out of the book and spread them on the ground and redact for Twitch family friendly. Protocol doesn't apply to kiddie pool streamers. Thank you.
Wouldn't that be me?
No! I want to go first!
Flips the desk.
Fine. You can start. I don't mind.
Yay! So,
Series theme, I think. Nice.
gosh, it feels like so long ago. I think I joined because I wanted to have fun sharing poems with people. It seemed like it'd be a safe way to express myself. You know, like if it's just a poem that I can share without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it'd be a really good way to get to know other people too. So yeah, I was really surprised when I walked in. It was just Monica sitting here, and she was sleeping.
Don't remind me of that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but it seemed like so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since writing helped me so much, I wanted to see it help other people too. But it ended up being me who was inspired. Cause I remember feeling like Monica was just so sweet and mature, and I could just trust her with anything.
Should Sefji play Alien Isolation? For all the people watching the VOD right now, there's a poll. I don't know who started the poll, but I'm curious to see how it ends. I'm gonna give it a big fat no myself, because I'm terrified of that.
It made me feel a lot less alone, having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at that point, I knew the literature club was going to be special for a lot of people.
Yeah, I felt the same way. It really helped give the club a more cohesive vision.
Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. I think for Yuri, it really helped for me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite, where she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I really feel like I've gotten better at understanding people's different needs. And that makes me really happy because my friends are just the most important thing to me. And whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too.
I don't know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you.
Really?
I gotta turn the game down because it's loud. Jesus. Jeebus! Yuri's theme. I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason I came was to find others who were into fantasy. I suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling uncomfortable because you and I have such different energy. I had such a going too fast. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I could be friends with, so when Suri tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key component of friendship. Sayuri and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the needs of other people. That's something I never knew how to do, or even thought to do. But I stayed in the club, thanks to that. And I started trying as hard as I could to understand people better.
You really went above and beyond when it came to that. I was just super impressed.
Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave like a person who was easily liked by others, like the two of you can.
And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said. But the whole time, I should have been thinking about other people instead, not myself. Once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everyone else. Oh, also, I discovered that sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take the time to write rather than speak. It's so strange the way things turned out. It's so far different from anything I ever would have expected. But I'm happy. I suppose we don't always know what we really need.
Oh my gosh! You're so cute that I'm going to throw up!
I've never made that noise before. Whoa! Wow, that was something. All right. Okay, please don't do that, Ziri. Besides, I'm not cute. Aw, she's taking Natsuki's thing. Hey, isn't that my line? Except she's inventing new sounds live. Damn straight. Oh. Well, for me, it's actually true, so... What are you saying? Nothing. I finished my part, so somebody else take their turn. My heart!
Ziri, take some deep breaths.
Okay, fine, I'll go. Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show-off. I was just following up on Sayori. It was the easiest way to get it over with. Besides, you left out the most important thing that you get out of this club. I did? Yeah, a regular supply of your favorite cupcakes.
Oh no, I forgot that too! I'm a traitor to the Cupcake Queen.
Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time.
No!
I can't eat that many cupcakes.
Yeah, true. Only Yuri can. Hey! Well, anyway, I'm just putting off talking. It's kind of hard to talk about this stuff. But I guess what it comes down to is that I'm in a much better place mentally than when I first joined. Than I was when I first joined, I mean. And that's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going on outside the club. It was honestly a really painful thing to go through. Oh. Should Septi play Alien Isolation? Yes, suffer for us. I'll put it on the list. I'll tell you what, actually, after the Mario Party 50-turn Mario Party stream on Friday, hopefully it'll happen on Friday. After that stream, the next sub goal will be Alien Isolation. I'll do it. Actually, I might make it a bit goal because I have that secret project I need to pay for that I talked about in the state of Sefchi. Anyway, it was honestly a really painful thing to go through, having to cut them out. It still hurts to think about.
I'm sorry, Natsuki.
It's fine. I knew it was for the best, and I was right. I guess for me, it's all about feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings, so I thought the right thing to do was to just ignore them. And it took me a really long time to realize that it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that's thanks to everyone who took the time to respect my feelings, even when I was being, like, the biggest jerk. I'm really sorry for being such a jerk to everyone. I was really the worst. Natsuki's voice chokes a little.
We love you, Natsuki.
I hate that I was like that. Everyone did so much for me, and I could never do anything in return.
That's not true. Natsuki, you did a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean that. Hang on. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It was like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what a literature club was supposed to be. Apparently, that was more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspired me to start playing piano. That's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to put yourself down.
Okay. Natsuki wipes her eyes.
You helped me a lot, too. It's so much fun to have you around. And you help me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenient. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you. And you always deserve that.
I agree. Seeing us have some of the same struggles made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would. I'm sorry I got all dramatic again. That's all I wanted to say, so Monica can go now.
There's no need to apologize. It was something I wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a big difference for me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best of other people. But everyone kept proving me wrong. I made the mistake multiple times thinking that my way was the best for everyone. Or thinking that I was needed to solve other people's problems. But I think being a leader means that you don't have to acknowledge that you're not perfect, and that the best thing you can do is to help guide people, rather than to do everything for them. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think that's the most important thing I've gotten out of the club, realizing what that really means. Siri, what are you doing?
I just thought we should be writing some of these down. Things with the club that are valuable to us.
I see where this is going. With a piece of chalk in her hand, Siri writes the word trust on the chalkboard.
This is because you showed me that I could trust you with everything about me, not just my good side.
Suddenly, Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. She writes understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though it was so difficult for me to express myself.
In that case...
Monica takes a piece of chalk as well and writes the word respect.
I always thought that I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there was more to it than I thought. And I'm a better person because of it.
Oh, I have another one!
Siri writes balance.
Sometimes people want different things out of a friendship, or they need time before they're ready to come close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person.
That reminds me. Yuri writes reflection. I have always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things I thought I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think that's the most important one for me.
That's great. Okay, everyone, there's the voice. That's great. We have a whole list of things now.
Suddenly, everyone turns to look at Natsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk! Don't look at me like that, jeez!
You could have just asked.
Monica hands her a piece of chalk to Natsuki. Then Natsuki sighs and writes self-love. I don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like things are at least on the right... It feels like things are at least on the right track. So there, that's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board.
Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature?
It is! We still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature.
Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature.
Natsuki and Yuri gently nod as well.
Hey, let's all take a picture together. We don't have one yet, right?
Hey, you're right! Make sure you send it to me after!
Wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair out of all of us.
Everyone get together. I can fit you all in. I can't fit you all in.
Okay.
Okay, everyone ready? And click! I'm really glad we talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come with only 4 members.
Yeah! I have so many happy thoughts right now! I'm getting some really good inspiration for a poem.
You know, I feel the same way. I kind of get some writing done.
Me too!
I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again! I'll do it too, but I might not feel like sharing it.
That's okay.
The 4 members of the literature club disperse and return to their desk, each equipping themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri... Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quick glance, then start writing immediately. Suri stretches, then does the same. Oh, it's coming full circle, guys. But Monica is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure of where to start.
Just move your hand.
Monica mouths to herself.
Right the way into your heart.
Her mind full of thought. Oh shit. Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration. Monica navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. Mental barriers? It doesn't matter what, just that it's something new. Don't do it, game. Don't make Monica aware. Just let her be happy. Oh, gay. Credits! Whew, that is a almost 6-hour stream. Oh, guys. This has been a fucking journey. My God. What'd you guys think? Because I fucking love this. This is great. Oh, I really did add like so much to it too. Oh, I can see all the CGs again. That time Sayori fell apart. And then that time that Yuri fell apart. And then when Monica and Satsuki played the piano. Yeah. God, I love this game, man. Ah, Natsuki. Love you. Love you, Natsuki. I think Monica needs to cut some of her hair off. That stuff drags across the ground. No, it doesn't. Only if she lets her hair down. Have you guys seen the fan arts of, like, Monica with her hair down? When she lets her hair down, they like guesstimate what the length would be if it was let down, and it's always like really long. I love this scene. Thank you, dear player, for enjoying our story of friendship and literature. It was a nice departure from the horror story, for sure. I'm still not totally convinced though they're not gonna like be like, here's fucking Monica, she's aware again, she figured it out. Oh, there it is. Aww. Achievement unlocked, friendship and literature. Oh shit, there's more mail. Finish all the side stories. Nope, that's it. That's all of them. We're done. I'm gonna give a quick spoiler warning for everybody before I do this last bit here. Not technically the end. So we have some secrets to look through. There's a lot of stuff in the files we are missing. So I'm probably gonna dive into that for a little bit. But real quick before anyone leaves to avoid spoilers on that front. Guys, this has been a fucking journey. I'm not gonna end the stream yet. I'm just making my face bigger. This has been a fucking journey. I love this game. I loved the original Doki Doki Literature Club. I loved so much because you could play through it multiple times and always get different results, right? And just everything behind its like design philosophy is just brilliant to me. Like it's one of those games you almost play it twice so you can really catch everything. Because even during the speed run, there were new things that I caught that I never noticed before, and that was when I was like just racing through the game to get through it as fast as I could to unlock the side stories. Monica, best Doki Doki character if she wasn't self-aware. She would be best girl if she was dateable in the game, but she's not. But yeah, it's fucking. This has been a hell of a ride. I can't decide if I like this more than Blue Skies or not. I feel like it's almost unfair to make that comparison. And if you don't know about Blue Skies, there are multiple playthroughs of Blue Skies up on the YouTube channel for you to go find. It was a mod of Doki Doki Literature Club that really expanded upon the world and the story. That was a really long journey that we ended up going on, and it was totally worth it. For being self-aware is why she's not dateable. Yeah, that's true. But because of things I can't quite say yet, because I promised not to spoil anything, at least for the next, like, 5 seconds here, you find out that there's a little more to that than you might think. But yeah, this has been a really cool journey. Thank you all for coming on it with me. I really appreciate it. I could have probably stretched this out more, but I just really wanted to power through it and see the end. I just had to see where it all was going. But yeah, I'm gonna stop gushing now. I'm gonna read off the event we have just in case people leave. Our one event was John Ball TV, my favorite boy. Thank you for the 17 months. It's been 5.5 hours though. Also, how the F has it been 17 months? Well, you smell, so it's okay, I guess. You always call me smelly. You always call me smelly, and then I shout you out for it anyway. I gotta stop encouraging that behavior. Go follow John Ball TV, guys. He's cool. But yeah, okay. Anyway, that's not the end of the stream though, because I do. Is Monica dateable in Blue Skies? No, she almost was. She almost was. There are a few scenes that they did include that were unfinished in the mod. If you're curious, those scenes are also up on my YouTube because if you look at those two, it hurts that she was not dateable because god damn it, man, like. After playing through those 3 scenes, I was just like, oh my god, a Monica route would have been so good. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to go back and look at it again because I feel like it's gonna feel really different after playing through this and seeing like what the canon personality of the girls is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. For people who are about to dip out, just know that tomorrow at 7, at 7 p.m. I'm gonna be doing a talking stream. We'll probably talk a little bit about this game and like anything I don't find in when I go looking through game files in a second here. That conversation will happen, and then also the day after that there'll be another stream at 12. I'm gonna be the Amori streams are gonna be back. Because I those dropped off because I was waiting for assets from a friend so I could upload the VOD from the last Omori stream to the channel, but it was taking too long, so I just said fuck it and uploaded it anyway. And now we're gonna just continue. Now that people can finally get caught back up with Omori. Plus, Omori was really popular. My viewership was doing really well when I was playing Omori, so I want to get back into it. And then Friday, if all goes according to plan, 50-turn Mario Party. Husk gifted a ton of subs for it. And now I have to do it. And because I have to do it, that means that Chris has to do it, and John has to do it, and Safi hopefully will be able to stay for all of it. Otherwise, you have to find someone new. But yeah, that's that. So if people want to go to avoid spoilers now, because we're about to go through game files, that's fine. Go right on ahead. We're gonna take a few minutes to just look through stuff because we have new mail, which means new information. But first, pictures. What is this poem? Oh, you know what? It's the normal. This would be the normal ending of the game. I never did the normal ending. Speed run, speed run again. 80% speed run. Let's go. Oh yay! Oh wait, a scene from the side story of self-love. Everyone say cheese. I love this. I love this one too, though. Okay, now everyone make a funny face. Yuri looks so uncomfortable doing her. I love this. Is there anything else? Oh, I love it. Artwork drawn by Statue to celebrate Monica's birthday in 2019. This was on Monica's Twitter. Yeah, we discovered today that Monica has a Twitter account because they mentioned it in the game. We're delving into ARG territory. That's mad. That's crazy. All right, I'm not, for the people who are wanting to avoid some spoilers, I'm not going to totally summarize everything we've discovered about the game so far, all right? I'll let you guys kind of infer things as I ramble through it. Oh shit, there's 2. From Paula Miner. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's emotional states? How does granting elevated access to the VM affected person's values and goals. How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the contents of their VM? How is elevated access being weaponized? They say weaponized as if it's already happening. What actions, like before they gave it to Monica, what actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? But most importantly, how might your observations apply to our own universe? Bonus, how can we present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Unrelated note, whoever changed the color scheme of the desktop to pink, can you please change it back? It's unprofessional and runs the risk of drawing eyes. Ethics. Simply put, it's not our job to arbitrarily decide upon some code of ethics because we're the first ones to do this, to our knowledge. That's the government's job to figure out, long after we've made enough headway for it to no longer apply to us. It's fundamentally a flaw to apply ethical reasoning to this anyway, because humanity's code of ethics is based upon nothing more than our knowledge and understanding of life forms similar to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for the creatures that we can convincingly project our emotions onto. The humans in our VMs operate completely differently from us on a fundamental level, and therefore should not be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print "I feel sad." We're engineers, not philosophers. It still blows my mind that 1206 is somehow not a thing, because it's the only thing that's presented in this way. Then again, there is no 6 in the internal files. It's probably wrong, but I'm curious. 1, 2, 0. Nah, I didn't think so. Worth a try. Yeah. I'm gonna spend a few minutes on this until maybe like 6 o'clock, and we'll see if we can find anything. We found a lot of shit. Found a lot of stuff. I really should have been taking notes, honestly. I'll be able to look it back over during the VOD. But man. Let's see. We found meeting notes 1 to 1, which is right there. Meeting notes 2 and 3 as well. We found the thing they gave to us, of course. Which I'm gonna go back through everything that I can remember off the top of my head real quick. And just revisit. 240, 221. Okay. For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, it's gonna blow your minds. 2, 2, 1. Look at that. And now we just go to, my first playthrough, I picked the serial route. Is that good? It doesn't matter. Spoilers or whatever. It's one of the beautiful things about the horror element of this game is that all routes lead to the same place. It's just whatever you want your emotional attachment to be in the game. Yeah, I would not seek any information from anybody about Doki Doki Literature Club, by the way. I would play through that shit blind as you possibly can. Because, my god, spoilers are not good for this game. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and change my system clock. Change. Yeah, massive spoilers, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and add that to the tags, actually. I need to update the stream info. Going through game files. Massive spoiler warning. Spoilers. Okay. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of spoilers while we go through this stuff. Yeah, sorry if I spoiled you, by the way, Little Cripple. I thought you were someone else in my chat because you're the same color as Noobs. Wasn't planning on it, I didn't mean to. So yeah, this is the first thing you find. High-level overview, create human-readable version of Fabric benchmark results. Emulate Fabric bench, suggesting we live in a simulated universe. Emulate Fabric benchmark results in virtualized environment. Build parameters for genetic iterations. Custom elevated access levels for one or more entities. Iterate until simulation is stable for target time threshold. This is our small-scale simulated universe. Observe effects of elevated access / knowledge of simulation. Collect / record data. Pitch findings to upper management as a profitable venture. No, do not go through Barry. Go straight to upper management. Get promoted. Job saved. Possible team member. I never really put this together before, but get promoted. Job saved. So their jobs are in jeopardy? Sure, why not? Most knowledge is quantum, Commander Quantum Surfer, second in the row. Lib, fixed naming scheme, conflict with lib folder. Is that a clue? That might be a clue. VM1, current project. VM2, future project. And then there's the details about VM1, which, in case you didn't figure it out yet, it's Doki Doki Literature Club, the actual game we play. Okay. I don't remember all the stuff we looked at before, me and Random, so let's see if we can find the lib folder. Oh god, how trippy would it be if we had to go into the actual game files? I'm doing that right now. I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. Seems so obvious now. Browse local files. Boop. Dumbass Incarnate returns. Welcome back. Random, how many of the files do you remember how to get to? Because I'm able to remember the first one and nothing else. I don't see lib in there. Damn, I thought I was onto something with that. None. Sick. This is gonna go great. Because I remember 404. 404 was one that was hinted at, because we got that hint from the email. This one goes into detail about, I assume, I've making the game. 501-214. I remember reading this. I remember reading this, but I don't remember what it said. Let's change the time. Change to 14. Dearest Ive, where the year's going, doesn't it feel like... Wait. Okay, never mind. For a second, I was thinking, is this say like May 1st, 2014, possibly? But maybe that's not it. Doesn't it feel like ever since we graduated, we're just the same goofy college kids? We're being put into increasing adult situations. I love it now. Always will cheer until we face the end of the world together. Wishing for another 14 million years of friendship with everything in love, Paula. Don't really any clues in that one though. Oh, yeah, is our data collection done? Yeah, no, we're only 82% of the way done. You know what would help us though? If we had the rest of the rest of the pictures. Speed run? Maybe another time. I seriously thought about it, but no, maybe another time. It's late. I've been streaming for 6 hours now. God, there's so many game files to look through. And it's nuts because I barely even know where to start. Now I think about it, wasn't the 404 one 1258? I think it was 1258. Time and language. It's time automatically turned off. 1258. Ah, damn it. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. I was just thinking, like, isn't there a 501? And I was like, oh yeah, the one we just looked at. I kind of want to go through and get that last poem. I want to like collect everything else. You know, maybe we'll do that another time because right now I'm feeling the 6 hour. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Brain lag. Yeah, I love this picture though. It's nice. Yeah, maybe in the future, when if people are down for it, we'll come back. Inside file / internal / backup system will be many applications with blank file types, most of which cannot be accessed. However, hierarchy is actually an unmarked file. Under the documents gear section is an entry of 240.221. We already did that one. Maybe I'll go do some research and look into it a little bit more. And then if people are interested in delving deep into the files, I will do it again on stream sometime, or maybe I'll just do it on my own time. And 130 during 9:15. I feel like I remember doing that one. I'll do a little bit of research on them, and then we can maybe I'll do it as like a video or something. I don't know. But I haven't had this for 6 hours. I think I'm gonna be sorry, random guy. I think I'm gonna be done for tonight. But hey, good news for you though, because I believe you're just coming back after a little while. Omori's coming back on Thursday. It's the one you came for. That's good. That'll be coming back at 12 p.m. EDT Thursday. That's good. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I think it's been a long day. Now I know that after all this, everyone knows the story of this game pretty well. Okay, do me a favor, all right, guys. Don't spoil this for anybody. Let everyone experience this game for themselves. It really is a beautiful, beautiful game. They put a lot of time into this one, definitely. The writing was really good in the side stories. I loved it a lot. And telling people how it ends, like I kind of did to that one guy who came through here, kind of ruins it for people. Especially if they're blind. Yeah, the best way to experience this game is blind, which I've kind of ruined it now for you guys. But hey, if this is the way people want to look at it, so be it. There's no wrong answer, I guess. Just a preferred one. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a talking stream. Maybe I'll look around in my free time and then see what I find on there. I don't know when I'll get these out on YouTube. My plan after this stream is to get the VOD. I'm just gonna upload the VOD to the first one to SFG. I'm just gonna toss it up onto the channel page. Full and complete. Actually, no. I want to get the speedrun out first. I want to get that speedrun done first, and then I'll toss the VOD up. I have to get the thumbnail done. Once that thumbnail's done, that first one's up, you can expect to see the VOD after that. And then after that speedrun will come all of these side stories on the YouTube channel just individually. I'm just gonna individually wrap them for you guys. And I'll try to make sure to have the file stuff in the middle somewhere with all of them. But yeah, that's gonna be the end for today. I really have to pee. I'm gonna go. Let's find someone to host so I can get out of here. Aaliyah's doing art. Fuck it. All right, go see Aaliyah. Tell him I said hi. Don't spoil nothing, chat. Don't do it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.